Hello. It is time. Let me open the window a little bit. It's not bright enough. Just not bright enough. Yeah, okay. Nah, I probably need to just leave it here. Okay. So, today, by the title, the task, and this, I will be starting on trees and vegetation. Primarily trees. Trees are going to be the hard part. Because those are essentially always going to be rendered at some LOD, and they have the requirement of collision. Collision needs to happen. Collision with characters. They essentially need to pretend to be static objects. So they would have like, yeah, they would have a static collider. So first thing, I need to do some research here. On the right account, okay. So I remember seeing a project that was doing something with trees. I don't even know how I found it. It could be this guy. No, not likely. I think it's this guy. Yep. This is the guy. Okay. I'm going to go through this video because I don't remember if what he has is open source, but at the very least, I think what he's done is what I need to do.
Hi everyone. Today I would like to give you a short update on my open world project in Godot. This is what we see now, the most current version of the game.
You can probably stop me.
Which is running pretty good on decent 70 to 100.
And he's not hitting any of these
per
trees,
second,
but I'm pretty sure these trees all have
multiple
colliders.
biomes and multiple
He's dodging them, but they all
foliages
have
per
colliders.
biome with a view distance of 8 kilometers.
If I remember
The
correctly.
entire map scale is capped right now at 30 kilometers, so we have a pretty big world mass to play with. Here we just ran from the temperate forest, actually, yeah, temperate forest to the swamp biome, and as we see,
I believe he mainly spends his video
LODs
talking about
for
the foliage.
For the foliage, for the trees.
Even though there's a lot of stuff going on.
Right now we
course.
can also see that the automatic LOD system of Godot is not working properly. I guess I just have to turn it off. So yeah, let's fly around. Let's check out the scale of everything. So here we can see the scale
I
of
can't remember.
a small town, small village. It's just some assets.
He does have a tree inside of there though.
Just put it in just to compare how big everything actually is. New in this version is the zoom functionality. It was capped at 30, something like that. Now it's capped at 1.5 kilometers, so we can zoom pretty far out, and we can even see the clouds. I think that's a pretty cool view, and it just shows
I don't
how
know really when he
performant
starts
everything is for
talking
now.
about it.
Yeah, we can switch biomes just
I'm just
by
gonna turn
pressing
up
the tab key.
the speed here.
Or actually completely location. You can see it here in the right corner. We are now at minus 5,000, without any loading screens, nothing. So yeah, that's pretty fast.
Okay, so I thought the trees had colliders.
System. I have reworked.
There might be something else I saw. This is also him. I know I was looking through this stuff. This might just for some reason be the video I remember specifically. But this might not be it.
To get a decent, like,
I'm just gonna skip ahead
I
a
mean,
little
we
bit.
have a lot of trees, a lot of tree hard to do. I'm not entirely happy with the performance for now. Godot 4.4 is here. I'm using the multi-mesh from 4.3 and I've optimized it myself. And
yeah, I don't think his stuff is public, unfortunately.
What I can demonstrate to you, for example, we have this tree where there is the shadow visible, and as soon as it moves out of our, and that's normally not built into the multi-mesh, but what I have read is that the 4.4 version of Godot, they have built it in, I guess. So we're gonna test it out, I guess next week. Here you can see test
yeah, I
it
think
out.
this is when he actually starts talking
next
about
week
it.
Or in 2 weeks or something like that.
He turns on some debug mode.
Here you can see how the multi-mesh is actively working. I've built in 3 LOD systems, and as you can see here, it is determining the distance to the camera and switching.
He is rolling straight through them, though he's avoiding them.
On or off, depending how far the multi-mesh is from your camera. That's for LOD 2 and LOD 1. As soon as the LOD 2 is on, it is also calculating the distance and the angle, the field of view of the camera. So only in the LOD 0 and LOD 1, we have only the meshes.
Yeah, he just went straight through this LOD 0.
Actually visible. So let's say we're looking this direction, all of it. Programming the new foliage system, like technique-wise coding, took me only 1 day.
Alright, so it's not there. He does have a more recent... Maybe I should just go to his channel and see if there's anything particularly about this. Alright, so here he's in Godot. What is he doing? Okay. I think I see roughly how he has it set up. I'm guessing tree chunk is supposed to spawn foliage for, I guess, a chunk size or whatever they were. And these are all the possible instances. And I guess he has like the type specified there for each node. Okay. Right, okay.
Hi everyone.
It would be cool if he had the code.
Gierki here, and today I would like to show you me here in the middle of the process, just changing the shadows from directional light to like shader-based fake shadows. Basically what I want to achieve is I want to fake my clouds,
directional light to
shadows,
shader
like I did it
fake
here already,
shadows
on every other shader that I have in the game. So here would be the classical direction light approach. So you have your direction light, you have shadows, max distance 1 kilometer, and that is working very good. It looks amazing, but it's just drawing too much performance. So my goal would be to just change this distance like only on 100 kilometers, and even change the mode here to something like 2 splits, and maybe depends like on the play mode itself if we are going to change like the texture
Interesting. Okay, so that's not really relevant to what I'm doing though. All right, let's go back.
Hi everyone.
So there's some other stuff here. On the side. This might be interesting. Is this a public project? Hmm. Godot Forest. I mean, it's cool to look at, but I want to see code. I really want to see code. I'm guessing he's not going to talk at all. There's just no talking here. That's pretty awesome. He's locked in at 60. Hmm. Does he possibly Discord thread? No more performance counter. For some reason. Excessively large radio towers. All right. They're really large. Looks really nice. I'd want to know how this is tooled. How does he place the trees? How does he place the grass? He definitely doesn't place the grass. The grass has, it's a shader. It's got to be automated. Something like that. Bushes, the rocks, like, there's a little river here. How do you do this? I don't know. So this project is in Godot's 2025 showreel. Does that mean there's source? FPS counter's back. Process 50 milliseconds? What? How? 50 milliseconds? It's kind of crazy. How does the game run? Another question I have is how do you prevent the trees from overlapping, right? Is he turning GI on and off? What was that? He said something about GI. I don't know what SSILVB is. Never heard of that. Is he hitting that tree behind him? I don't even know. He might be. He's toggling something on and off to like demonstrate it. It's probably GI. I don't know. Whatever he does for it. The Green Ash Project. All right. Let's go back. So I like how I search Godot trees and like YouTube immediately gives up on serving me that. It gives up so quickly. Tutorial? I saw this plugin, this is pretty cool. This is really not performant though. This plugin is so not good. It is good for about the size of the scenes that they present it with, which sucks. It's really cool, but it's like only good for like literally a 50 by 50 meter area. You can't use it for anything larger than that. It breaks down. It gets really bad. And I kind of don't trust any tutorials either. I feel like I should just get off YouTube. YouTube is so ass. And not to knock people who are using Godot, but most of these people who do Godot tutorials, they literally don't know what they're doing. They like made it up on the spot or something. And I really don't want to tool it myself. I really want to avoid doing that. And you know what, honestly, I could tool myself. Like, I'm fine with that. I'd really rather not. I'd like to have a base that I can start with. I don't know, maybe that, what was it, Proton Scatter? Maybe I could start with that as my base, but I feel like I would just totally rewrite it. I wouldn't even, like, use any of the code. And then I'd probably be stuck with whatever insane architecture they came up with for it. Vegetation is kind of two big projects. There's trees with collision, and then there's grass, which should just be everywhere that certain textures are present. Maybe not even certain textures, but like I define areas that the grass is. Google search results are better for you.
Hello everyone, today
YouTube
I want to
stuff.
talk about something a little bit different, and that is my new plugin.
I'm gonna go look at it first. I gotta see the code first. What is this? Oh. Script. Sampling view. Okay, let's put in add-ons. add-ons. Biomes. Shaders. Okay. Vertex. Restart. Restart. So this is a GD shader, which is not very good. Huh? What does this transform? Okay, apparently I don't know how particle shaders work because, yeah, this is weird. Alright. GPU? Okay. So some kind of particle thing. Uh-huh. Okay. That's familiar code. Very familiar code. What's with the name biomes though? What? Graph node. Biome node. Interesting. Wow. Old GD script. I've not seen it before. This was a scene. Extends biome node. Well, maybe architecturally.
Biomes and Godot engine. So as you can see,
I'll get some information about this.
Pretty simple scene with a pretty poor models, but you get the idea. That is covered in a lot of...
No. I'm not even gonna look at a scene that small. You need to show me your thing running on like a terrain that stretches literally as far as you can see to the camera horizon. What is this? Spatial shader? Spatial. Maybe this one just because it actually looks like there's a lot.
It's lucky.
This is proton scatter. I don't know, maybe this is it. Maybe this is what I need to use. I have to start with this and just like write it myself. Because like I said, their samples are... if you have a lot of props to place. By a lot, I mean less than 100. Which I don't count as being a lot. I'm just not going to use this. I just can't use this. Like they're like I said, their scenes are like 10, 5, definitely less than like 50 meters in size. 50 square meters. And like I said, this is useful for scenes as big as they're showing. If you go bigger than this, it sucks. It's like, this is such a weird tool. I'll be honest. It's such a weird tool. It's like an intermediate. You might use this to create one tree asset with some stuff scattered on it, and then you would optimize that as a mesh, you would LOD it, and then use a different system to place that tree in your world. You would use proton scatter for like something very tiny. Like I would say you couldn't even use this for like, if you're making like a small level, like a cave. If you're making like a cave and you're using proton scatter for like just to put in mushrooms or something, this is not good enough for that. You would rather place it by hand. You would rather use any other tool. It just sucks, man. It's not good. Everyone shows. I mean, the cool stuff is like, hey, here's a 2 by 2 kilometer area with trees all over the place, and there's grass and rocks. How do you do that? I don't want to come up with that myself. It just sucks for finding this stuff. Terra brush? Typically when you talk about grass, at least they understand that you want to put grass over like, you know,
And this is
an
our
area bigger than the screen. Alright, so this is already way more than Proton could handle. I'll tell you that much.
I improved my grass in my terrain plugin for Godot. There's one thing I
Terrain.
wasn't really enjoying in Terra Brush, and this was the grass or the foliage. For performance reasons, I decided to make sure that the grass was only visible in certain range around the player, and that makes sense. The thing is,
How old is this? Ooh, very recent. Very recent. Okay. And I'll even say, like, I'd be fine just switch to a totally different terrain tool as well. You know, that's one thing I don't really think of yet. Terrain 3D should have this, but not quite the same way. I think those are actually really weird too. Terrain 3D's foliage system is really weird. And it probably is really laggy. Why is it doing this? Why is it collapsed to half of it? Close all. Close it. Alright, let me look at what Terrain 3D has here. So this is their... Yeah, so they just do mesh instancing, which is not good. I would need to say specifically, hey, this area, I want grass. I would say like, I would like draw a shape. Preferably, I would like to draw a shape. I'd almost like to have two things. I want to have the shape and I want to have the individual placement. This is also instance meshes, which I don't even know where the selection is for this. Oh, here it is. That's a default mesh. You can't get rid of that one. So, yeah, it's not collision. I don't know what that means. I don't think that actually means. It definitely doesn't mean collision for the mesh. I don't know what on collision means. It's definitely not collision for the mesh because these don't support that. See the top description. Okay. So I have to go to their script to read this because source? What? How do I? It says read top description. This, okay. Multi-meshes only support one mesh object, so complex objects like tree, trunks, and leaves, or a door frame and a door need to be combined into one object with multiple materials. System will look for mesh instance 3D nodes, so I don't get collision. This is kind of nuts. Just no one has anything good. Let me watch this video. I want to see. Okay, he's talking about grass though. Maybe I can just go here and look at specifically. I'm trying to see when he starts talking about it. Alright, I'll watch this one.
So, in my last video, I talked about how I improved the grass in TerraBrush. Now that this is done, I think it's time to talk about the trees. The easiest way to paint trees is to take your scene and drag it into the object definition. Update the terrain and select the appropriate tool and you're good to go.
Bye, have a great time.
Alright, I'm kidding. Obviously we can do more. We can continue to paint the forest here. But let's have a look at what's happening when you add more trees. Quickly we can see that the more trees you add, the less frame you have. Don't get me wrong, it's not a bad way of doing the trees here, but it's not suitable for what I want to do, a huge forest. At this rate, I'm already below 60 FPS. It probably won't take long before my computer starts a fire. To be honest, I can't blame it. The way it works is that one instance of this tree is placed everywhere on the map, so obviously that takes a lot of resources. For some use case, that's perfect because I create the exact same tree we have here and I add it to the terrain. So let's say you have a script on this tree, well, the script will also be created. This is good for something that is interactable or have some behavior in the game. The problem we have right now is the amount of trees we're creating. So what can we do? Well, I created a new strategy to place the trees, and this is the oak tree multi-meshes. Right at the start, we can see that it looks a little bit different, but look at the frames we have here. It's way different. We have a lot of frames available, and we can paint everywhere in the terrain. We have way more frames than before, and we are really far from hitting that 60 FPS mark. Okay, but how does it work? Well, remember the tree we had before?
Very nice.
I took the same one and I created 4 versions of it. Obviously the first one is the original one. The second one has less vertices. The next one has even less vertices. Okay, it doesn't look that good, but this is mostly for the sake of the demonstration here. And well, the last one is just an image on the quad mesh. Billboarded, of course. So let's see how we can use these with the terrain. The first thing to do is to set up the LOD list in the terrain. Basically, this defines when to display which mesh. For example, here, the first version of the tree, the most detailed
Add
one, will
collision.
be displayed on the first 10 meters. The second version of the tree will be displayed on the first 50 meters. For the next one, it's going to be displayed on the first 200 meters. And the last one on the first 1000 meters. Cool, so the last thing to do is to set up each mesh for each LOD level. In the example here, I created 4 LOD levels, so I should set 4 meshes. So just like that, we have a huge terrain with a lot of trees. Obviously, the performance you're gonna get will depend on what you configure on your terrain. If you use a mesh with more details, more vertices, or of course the LOD list you're gonna configure. This demo was a quick example of what you can do. It was only created using the decimate function of Blender. Much better meshes could be used here to create even better results. Anyways, that's all I had to show for this video. I hope you enjoyed it, and we're gonna see each other.
What? All right.
Hey, what's up? I have some huge
The
news
only
for my
the only
current
issue is
plugin
that
for
this
Godot
is not
called
my terrain.
TerraBrush. I'm super excited to announce that
Plugin
starting with the new
that I
version,
use.
the full plugin is available as a
I would
GD
have to
extension,
use
meaning
theirs.
that you're going to be able to use it with any version of Godot. For example, here, I run it on version 4.5 stable of Godot. The .NET version, not needed anymore. How awesome is this? Let me explain to you why it's a big deal and why I'm really happy about this. If you've been following my channel for a while now, you know that I've been talking about this plugin for probably too long. But I'm having a lot of fun. So me working on it, it's not really a problem. It's a free and open source project that's pretty cool, and it got somewhat popular for some reason. That makes me really happy. It's fun to see that a lot of people are enjoying it. It's cool, but there's an issue with it. It's a C# plugin, meaning that if you want to run it, you're gonna need to have the Godot.NET version. I mean, for me, it's perfect because all of my projects are in C#. This is a language I really enjoy, and TerraBrush was created for my own use at first. The problem is for the people that doesn't use Godot.NET. There is something that always annoyed me with the plugin. For the people that are not used to the C# language, it was not as easy as a GD extension to install. A lot of people were having issues installing it, and that made me sad. Not only that, but TerraBrush being a C# add-on, it means that you cannot export your game, for example, for the web, which is usually perfect for game jams and stuff like that. Because of all that, some people didn't want to try it, and that makes a lot of sense. Well, since TerraBrush is reaching the 1K stars, I think it's time to change that.
It's go time.
Alright, so I asked my good old friend
The hell is
Google,
that?
and I even felt lucky. Sadly enough though, no answers for me here. But then I remembered something. I saw this
What is this
awesome
video?
repository
This might
about
not be.
Godot.NET. This is most likely the future of .NET, right, to debug Godot itself, but in the current state right now, I don't think this is possible to do it. That makes me really sad because this was such a promising solution that could have been the answer to my problem. But I think I need to give up on this one. Anyways, his solution to that problem, try, we don't have anything to megabyte.
Okay, so this isn't what I thought it was. He's just talking about how he converted it.
Hey,
Oh man. All right, let me look at this. I believe they said it's yeah. So this is, if I go to, yep, there it is, Godot CVP. So, texture, will it, bet they have water? Try and go lower for the painted area. Okay, interesting. Okay, the direction of water. Alright, so, big things that I need are essentially, I need textures. Technically, I could get away with not even having sculpt, but I would need holes. And zones, height map. The thing is, my terrain as it currently stands, I'm totally happy with converting my current mesh to something else. I'm totally fine with that. Okay, collisions. Wait, what is this? Node properties. Made the collision shape in a thread. Oh, okay. Oh, this is just a section of collisions. Collision layer, collision mask. It doesn't need mask. I don't know why you would have a mask on your terrain collider. That's weird. Foliage resource, ground color, albedo, cast shadow, shaders. Is there... Here's the thing. Yeah. I need to know if there's a way to prevent it from sell. Nice. Okay. I can just lose. If I'm reading this correctly, sell LOD initial. Wait, what does this mean? Maybe I don't know what that means. Maybe I don't know what that means. I can do colors, objects. I don't really know what object is. Yeah, what's object? What's the difference between these two? What is this? To make water ripple? What? Okay. I could use this. Live demo? Is this runs in the browser. Alright, let's see. Hopefully this isn't whoa, alright, that's not what I thought would happen. So my frame's gonna be fine. They may not be. Because I am technically running two versions of Godot right now. Okay. Whoa, what just happened? What? I said all just white. I don't understand. Play? The camera's like constantly looking up. Press R to reset player position. Switch R. Which Q? Alright, that's like broken. Whatever. Something is just wrong with that, and it's like constantly looking up, I think, and I can't actually look around for some reason. Alright. Let me just get this, I guess. I will have to compile it myself, unfortunately. So let me set everything up. Rename session. Game. Alright. So let's go. Repos. Clone this guy. What was that? Is it submodule? Submodule emit? Submodule update in it. There we go. Ooh. And if okay, I need to drop out of this. I need to get this extension API. There's an extension API. Then I would need to run. I should have to go into here and do scons precision double. I don't remember. It's hidden. No, it's not hidden. Just forget that. So what I'm running is precision double target or custom API file, and then target template debug and template release, and use LLVM. Okay. Custom API file. Extension API. Debug. Precision double custom API extension target template debug template release use LLVM. Yes. Right. There we go. I think I just use like the stuff I already built for this. I'm not even sure. I just don't know what this does. I don't know if I need to do it individually or what. Alright, but compile day drops to 0. Not template release. How long did that would take? Doesn't even say. Nice. Here's a thought. Why don't I want to specifically detach this from terrain? Wouldn't I specifically want to do that? I don't know. Alright, well, now I get to run this again 2 more times for template debug and template release. And hopefully it compiles. It may not. Why are we compiling those? Dude, why are these compiling? I'm so confused. I don't understand why those are compiling. I just did those. They do look different though. They're not? I don't know. I feel like I'm seeing the same files, weirdly. One sec. No, it's just straight up recompiling those. That's really stupid. What's the point of Why did I have... Whatever. Maybe I needed to. Maybe I needed to. Yeah, okay, that's what I expected to see. So... Okay. No viable conversion from float 32 to float 64. So why did that happen? That's weird. All right, so terrain, source nodes terrain line 330. So they take height map shape 3D, set map data flow 32. Okay, height map shape 3D. That's gotta be... Oh, this is from height map shape 3D. Interesting. Red. No. 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 All right. Height map shape 3D. Interesting. Now, where is that? Here. No. I think it's in... it's in, like... Gen? There we go. Red. Height map, shape 3D. I love how they just put everything in one big folder. That's awesome. That's really cool. Do I know my alphabet? Height map, shape 3D. So why is this defined as using packed float 64 array? Why? Why does it do that? How does it do that? That's weird to me. How does it do that? Okay, well, I gotta go look at Godot, I guess. Because I'm kind of perplexed on how that happens. So this is... This is a shape 3D. Classes... I have no idea where this would be. I literally don't know. Time map shape 3D. So somewhere they need to have some kind of if-def. Vector real type, okay. So in that case, it's a type mismatch, right? This should be what I write. I should be writing vector. Vector with a... Yeah, so it's real type, vector, okay. So these should not be running... Yeah, these should not be written with packed float. These should be written with pretty much just that. Now assign collision. Okay, so now I need to go to close all that. That's a mess. Hide those. So what are these OS files? I don't even know. And then here, yeah, anywhere that I have packed float, that needs to be changed. Okay, so apparently, there it is. Okay, I was gonna say, apparently that doesn't exist. So those are vector realties, which I believe packed is just an alias for that, so. Vector real types. And then what else happens? Water flow. I guess just that line I need to cast this this 0. It should be a 0.1 casting to a real type. What does it think the signature is? Normally it tells you what it thought the signature was, but it doesn't seem to be telling me that. But yeah, it just doesn't know. Alright, so editor tools, water flow, line 35. Okay, both of these. So I should just be able to write that. And that should be that. And I guess I can look if I do packed. Any packed float 32 arrays. So apparently I do one there. So it's probably wrong. Terrain data is stored as... Ooh. Apparently I didn't finish saving that. assign multi-meshy instances. I mean, if there's any other actual issues, it should tell me. And yeah, well, it should really be specifically saying, why are we compiling everything again? Oh, maybe it's, I don't know why I was doing that. Those really should be written as vector instead. Okay, so I still have problems. Yeah, vector double. Hey, yeah. Oh, man. No viable conversion from real T to vector double? Are we serious? They're the same thing. That's the same thing. It should be telling me that it doesn't know what a real type is. 20 stream streak. Alright, so what's the issue here? Is the problem in Godot's own definition of this stuff? Or what? Because as far as I'm aware, packed float 64 array is an alias for vector double. That's literally what they have written here. Vector realty. So why does it think these aren't the same? Because these are the same. This is a type alias. How is it supposed to know? Alright, you know what? I know what it's supposed to be. So no, it needs to support both ways. It needs to support both ways. Why does that not work? Why does that not work? That doesn't make any sense. No, that just doesn't make any sense. Maybe there's some other errors happening. Maybe there's another error that has this happen. I don't understand that at all. It's just super angry about the vector double, apparently. It's just giving me the same error like 10 times. No, you can't use vector double. You can't use that. How do I do it? How did I make it happen? Why does terrain 3D work so well? They just don't use that at all. Okay. There should be a way to make it so the signature changes. But also, I don't need 64-bit precision on the terrain, right? I don't need that. That's kind of crazy. But I can't change the engine for that. I really don't need 64-bit precision. And I have a feeling this is going to cause additional issues. Like, this is going to get bad. Doing this, it's going to get bad. But oh well. We'll keep trying. I just have this feeling there's going to be like crazy performance problems with doing the 64-bit. Where is this function called? Assign collision data. There it is. And that would be a problem. So terrain data is not the right format. You know what? Let me just figure out how to cast it. We expect a flow 32 array. Water flow tool was just casting that to a real type. And then here, we take a flow 32. But then I need to somehow convert this to a float 64. Assign collision data. Do I think this is called a lot? On update terrain collision. This is probably called a lot. Yeah, alright, you know what? It should be a flow 64. It really should be. And then this, I believe this just changes to float 64. And the only time we use it is just to append pixel height, which comes in as a float, which is totally acceptable. It knows how to cast that. Okay. Go again. Out of line definition packed float 64. What? Oh, right. Isn't it nice that it has to compile like 50 files before it can finally start compiling the thing that you changed? I just love how this is set up. It's set up in such a great way. It really makes you just want to write more code. All right. It's all built. So what are the implications of having two terrain plugins? I don't know. I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make... Yeah, for now, I'm going to make a new branch. So like C. Okay. All right. So now I just gotta go and move these files over. Oh, right. So I actually have to... it would be... Demo? Add-ons. Here we go. So I gotta copy this folder in. This is the add-ons. Right. And then I need to go to the bin file, and the bin's actually already in there, so that's nice. All right. Okay. Actually, that's it. It's already it should be in there now. Okay. All right. It should be here. It it's popped up over here. All right. Reload that. So why is it not there? It has to be there. It has to be there. Why is it not there? What? What? How is it not a plugin? I'm kind of confused. Am I missing something? Are the releases different? Can I look at this file without downloading it? I'm pretty confused. It's not a plugin. Okay. I guess I just don't understand how that works. It's nothing. Okay. Interesting. I did not know that. Well, here's the challenge. Here's the challenge now. So, I think the first thing I should do is probably I would like to export this as a height map. Move that over there. I would like to export this as a height map. Not sure how to do that. Yeah, I don't know how to do that. I thought it would be here. There's got to be some way to do it. I just don't remember how to do this. So let me go look at the Terrain 3D stuff. Terrain. I think probably just here. They sent me to their website, right? Here we go. Yeah, so I want to know about export export a that's new. That's not the picture that used to be there. Exporting. Export formats. I would like to, yeah, R16. Height map rep. How do I do that? Exporting data. Open that scene. Okay, yeah. It's a weird way that they do it. All right. I don't even know if I can actually import it, but I do kind of need to do this, so. Terrain 3D Tools Importer. Open this scene. I would open the data directory. If it's not in data, it would be in here. Yep, that's it. And then export file, height, file name, and now I wait, and hopefully the stream stays alive during this. Oh, it's done. That seems weird. 4096, really? That's got to be detail loss, right? All right, well, I kind of need that information too. So, because I think with R16, you have to specify the height range, and then you have to specify the scale of the image. So, I'll go ahead and do a text file next to this one. Suppose you set a save to res, which is just kind of not true because I don't see it there. Maybe it is and it's just not showing for some reason. Yeah, it's not there. What? It's not there. It's just not there. Oh, it is there. Godot just doesn't want to show it. Interesting. Come on. Come on. This is bullshit. All right. Godot crashed. I have to close it. And the stream is going to be out for like 20 seconds. All right, is it back? It's back. Okay. I mean, that's just what you get. That's just the quality guarantee you get when you run Godot. It is like literally a 20-sided dice. Every time a pop-up opens, it's like a 1 in 50 chance or something that it will crash. I'm rolling a dice. Every time anything pops up, except for these, I think those are actually safe apparently, but like pop-up menus, those are good luck. Straight up good luck. So 496, 5496. And I think it said the minimum height was -7 to 181. But honestly, I don't trust that. I kind of don't trust my memory. So I'm going to run this again. It was really fast last time, so it's not even really a big deal. That's actually so fast. All right. Yeah, -7 to 181. All right. That was correct. Okay. All right, so now I've got that. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna hide terrain. Terrain's gone. And I'm going to add this new terrain. Terra brush. So where is it? So over there. So how do I physically add terrain? Remove hole. Oh, do I need to do create terrain? Import terrain. What is this? They gotta be able to get R16, right? Well, okay. Okay. Let's try that again then, I guess. Alright. So, importer scene. I need to save it as an EXR, apparently. They also say the other option is like... American Invasions. Yeah, EXR. Right, so I guess I type EXR. Though that was like instant. Okay. Don't save. Okay. Right, so I think data path. I probably do a new one of these. And I'll do World Terra. Put it there. Okay. And then I would do terrain import. And hopefully this one works. Okay. So I don't like how that looks. That looks really strange. So I guess if I'm doing scale, I need to type in the full scale of this thing, which would be... Okay, can we just like hover that and then click cancel so I can select this stuff? So I guess I gotta add these numbers together. So that's gonna be 189, 188. Yeah, 188. Okay. Oh no, and it's lagged out. It glitched, and now it's really laggy. Alright, I gotta restart Godot. The stream might cut out. No, that was instant. Okay, cool. And yeah, sometimes Godot just decides, oh, you want to run at like 1 frame per 5 seconds? We gotcha. We're gonna run our process loop so slow, it's gonna be literally unusable. That's what happened just now. It straight up became literally unusable because of how slow it just became. Okay, let's try this again. I will set this to be... What does it order this? This is such a stupid order that it's doing. Alright, I'm just not going to modify. I'm just not going to mess with that. I'm just going to preview. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, that's nice. Okay. I'll just see what happens, I guess. Oh god. We there yet? The frame rate is not true right now, by the way. It says 300. This is like... Where's the terrain? Ah. So you're telling me I should just be typing in 1. Okay. Alright. Okay. Maybe I just re-import that. And just use the height map of 1. Okay. Okay, so I'm still missing a lot of the terrain. Maybe it just needs to take a second to load. Love that 10-second frame rate there. Why is this so laggy? Something is wrong. Update terrain. Wow, something is so wrong. What is going on? What if I do 128? Okay. Remove terrain. Alright, we're back. 128 zone size. Yes, this is insanely laggy. I'm not sure what's going on with that. Jeez. This is insane. Why is it so laggy? Is it creating collision? When I move my mouse, this is... That's crazy. And I can't move the camera like at all. I try to move the camera and we go to like... Wow. I still don't understand why it says this is running fine. This is not running fine at all. This is not 300 FPS. This is like straight up less than 3 FPS. That's crazy. So, I'm not sure what's going on with, why it's like this. If I have my mouse inside of that window, it's obliterated. Maybe if I just deselect it and try flying around with it not selected. Okay. I'm still missing the terrain. And this is not... I don't think this is the correct scale either. I mean, some of it came in here. Oh! It's loaded. So yeah, something's really busted with hovering over this thing. It's a bit better. Oh my god. Did it crash? I don't know. My mouse is like locked in that window and I can't move it out. Maybe paint texture is nicer. Yeah, so putting that brush in there is like really... That's really laggy. It just cannot cope with that. Yeah, so... So I can't have this selected while I'm trying to move around. And this I'm kind of confused about. What's going on there? Alright. I guess let me try and move this into position. If I can. So how far do I think this needs to go? I honestly don't know. I'll try 248. That seems like maybe too far. Okay, so yeah, maybe it's -1.24. No, that doesn't seem right. Well, maybe it is supposed to be -248. Okay, that might actually be correct. -248. Yeah, pretty close. Not really though. Thing is, I can't use this if putting my mouse over the terrain is killing it like that. I can't use this. And this like loading thing is really strange. But does that feel like the right size, maybe? I feel like it's off by only a little bit. I don't have like a good... This should be over a little bit more this way. And then I think this probably needs to be up a bit more. Or I guess down a bit more. Yeah, it's like, it's right about here. Yeah, I just don't have a... Is this terrain positioned somewhere? No. It looks like the scale is correct. But the terrain's kind of not right. So I guess let me just see what happens if I run it from here. No, this just exists in that layer. There's no mask. Make collision and thread, sure, and I guess I'll see what happens. I guess I can go and delete the terrain too. Well, maybe not. Okay, it looks correct. I think I'm getting collision from... Yeah, I'm still getting collision from the real terrain. So I have to, like, actually... I guess I can just turn off collision there. And then... Hopefully now that means I'll get collision from only this new terrain. Okay. Collision works. And it looks like the height map is precise enough that it's... Yeah, this is really... It's really close. This is really close to being lined up. Let me try to find a spot that I know I've lined up. I know that I've lined up this part of the terrain. This terrain over here should be really accurate right there. The only kind of issue is that the terrain is definitely not like loading correctly unless I click and I hover it and then we... Oh. Ah, okay. So don't zoom out. So I can do this just... Wow. Alright. I can do this just fine. But if I get too far away from the terrain, it's choppy. Okay. But zoomed in, it's fine. Alright, cool. I can work with that. Alright. Okay, let me just get it in position then. So yeah, it should be really close here. I guess I can toggle back and forth between the two to see what it should look like. Okay, so it's kind of going to look like that right there. Oh, I guess I can actually just do this, and I should be able to move it. All right. It's probably 4. Or no. $1973. No, that can't be right. One. $1.5. $73.5. That's probably not right either. Actually, this is, whoa. It's probably pretty close. No, it's too far over that way. It would have to maybe be 0.5 here. And no, then this is too far. Let me try flying over here. Oh, this line should be pretty telling, actually. Possibly my resolution's too low. It's like right here. But then that doesn't come out till much later. So this has to be more that way. No, but now this has to go like, well, actually this is really close. Like there. I feel like if I can get up to like this peak over here, I can align it very closely. Yeah, I think I should be able to get this aligned really closely. Alright, so there is a scale problem. There's very clearly a scale problem. Because this is very detached way over there. So the terrain is just slightly too small. That's why I can't get this to line up correctly on this side at all. Because the scale is like slightly off. It's kind of weird because it's like really well lined up way over here. I got it pretty close way over here. And then it very slowly deviates dramatically, very far away. But then even on this one road, strangely, it's just really, like from one side of the street to the other, it's clearly just not lining up at all. Like I can either get this one to stay, I can either get this side to behave, and this side extends out like quite noticeably, or this side to behave and this side sticks out way too far. So I don't know what's going on with that. I don't think the export was incorrect. Scale to match resolution? That could be the mistake. I probably turn off scale to match resolution and just import it again. And just let it take on the size, whatever the size it needs to take on. Or perhaps its like scaling thing was incorrect. Okay. Yeah, interesting. So I can't get either side to behave still. It's still very incorrect. So yeah, I don't know what's going on here. I'm not sure what's going on here. Maybe I do need to increase the zone size. I think the way that I have Terrain 3D set up is this is the size that it's set to. 128. I guess there's mesh size. Do I need to worry about mesh size? Okay. It's just slightly too small. The resolute. Okay. I need this to be loaded like exactly. I need to have precisely the same terrain that I had before. That's really necessary for me. Okay, so resolution. For each pixel in a height map image, 1 meter of terrain is calculated. Okay. Each pixel will cover more terrain. the resolution is 1. For each pixel on the height map, 1 meter of terrain is calculated. So that's... maybe that's the issue. Maybe it's not... okay, the scale is kind of wrong, but... when using a resolution higher than 1, the zone size must be a power of 2 plus 1. Okay. That's just, I mean, it's kind of just not precise enough for what I need, is it? I won't be able to get what I want. Let me check terrain 3D again. So the thing with the region size, it means each region is 128 meters and pixels. But then I have this mesh size. Huh. Yeah, this is an integer. Okay. Is that doing anything? Alright, let me hide that. Show this. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. Yeah, please let me zoom out. Come on. This is... well, I guess that's as far as I can go. Okay. So... I guess really what I do is I just need to line up this corner of the terrain precisely, and then I can scale it to reach the bit, looking at how it operates. So turn this on. Yep, so I need to bring it over. I'm not dropping frames, am I? No, okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. What's going on? Is like the zoom, is the camera zoom the issue? Yeah, okay. Like camera zoom is like a really big issue with this for some reason. No, apparently just sitting here with that angle is really, really bad. Okay. Stop. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Okay. Dude, that selector is kind of insane. And then Godot is like really weirdly glitchy for some reason. Alright, that's probably all I need. So it looks like $1984.5. Funny. Okay. I'm gonna deselect that. I'm gonna zoom out. And go about over here. Need to do this. And carefully click this so it comes back. Okay. Alright. Alright. So then this is interesting. I'm not sure how it's done this scaling, but interesting. All right, you know what? Let me try this. Remove terrain. Import terrain. Turn that off. Select this image and okay. I need to move my mouse up there before it so it doesn't hover over it and kill it. Just quickly dip my mouse in there. All right. So the issue is this should be... Maybe there's just a chunk over here that's not loading, so... Oh, nice. Okay, it was just that a chunk wasn't loading. Alright, cool. So this should be matched over here. Alright. Now... Okay, so why is increasing the scale making it go away? That's really weird. Alright. Weird. Okay. So that doesn't work at all. If I do scale and then update terrain... No. One second. It's gotten very warm very quickly. This is just such a small difference. Okay, let's remove the terrain. 129. Import terrain. It got very close, but it did not match. Okay. Let's see if this side is matched. Ooh, we might be there. That is really funny, the number that this turned out to be. It's really funny, 1984. Alright, so it looks like it might be lined up perfectly now. I don't know why I have to set zone size to be +1. At least this was mentioned, something like that. Must be a power of 2 + 1. So, yeah, really not sure why that's like that, but if the terrain is like perfectly aligned now, then I'm happy. It's not quite perfectly aligned. But this might just be LOD, so I think if I probably just click and come back. Okay, no, that's quite substantially off. Wow. That's very far off. Let me see how the town is doing. Wow. Why is it just completely off? Because it looks like over here it's right. Yeah, it's lined up perfectly right there. So where does it go wrong? Interesting. So it's like I took off a whole zone for some reason. That's like what's happened. There's a whole extra zone here that's not accounted for. That's really weird. I can't think of why it's like that. I'm either missing a zone, like here I'm clearly missing one, or I create a new one and then it's not matched. And yeah, this is like unbelievably laggy sometimes. I don't understand why it's like that. So yeah, this is... Do I need to turn on scale to fit resolution? Is it like counting it one smaller? Try remove, click update, click import, and I'll let it scale, I guess. Go ahead and scale. Same thing, it's just like really, wow, that's crazy. What is happening there? It's off there. And then way over here it's not. I mean, it is off by like a ½ meter, which is really strange. I'm not sure why it's like that. Interesting. So why does it behave that way? The terrain reaches the whole thing. Is it possibly just because it's... the terrain is exporting not the full thing? One sec, I gotta fix the window. Yeah, what do I do here? It's not scaled correctly. It's just simply not scaled correctly. I'm missing like a full, like over the whole thing, it's missing. Is terrain 3D scaled? No, it's not scaled. The only thing is this. Mesh LOD, mesh size. Is this something to do with that? What's LOD rows per level? What if I just made this the same? Then I guess I would click update terrain. No. What if there is like some weird off by 1 pixel thing? Where it's like reading in not full pixels. What if I set this to 129? And click update. And I do import and I turn on the scale. No, see now it's like it added a new zone. Alright, so I'm convinced something is incorrect in how it loads. I think there's just something wrong. It looks like there's some like... It's like it's reading from 0 to 127. And then that 0 goes on the 127 of like the previous tile or something. So it's like I'm losing a full tile. At the extreme. So if my theory is that I'm losing 1 pixel, yeah, you know what? I kind of just need to go look at the code. Something is wrong with how it loads. There's simply something wrong with how it loads. There's no other explanation. Okay, so here's the import. This is just the dialogue. On accept. Okay, on accept is not a real function. Okay. It's probably not the control dock, it would be the but. Order engine? Import terrain. Height map. Okay. So on OK, it does accept, get importer settings. Settings height map is height map row get image texture. Okay. It's right, okay. So return zone utils, generate image texture for zones. image set pixel. Otherwise 0. X, Y, and then pixel. Result height. Red times the height map scale. Result height. Okay. Okay, so I guess I don't really see where the problem is here. It looks correct. I don't know how this could be. And this is scaling the vertical component, it's not scaling that. Scale to resolution. Maybe the resolution is wrong. Maybe Terrain 3D exports the wrong thing. No, because it exports 4096, and if I set my regions to 128, that's the weird thing, isn't it? I export an image that's 496 in size. Do I have... I don't have that. I guess I can open Godot. Go to there, actually. Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. I'm opening so many things. Okay. Okay. So this image is 4096 in size. Okay. I feel like something's just gotta be wrong here. But this looks correct. So what is it? Oh, there's no terrain. Generate image texture for zones. So let's take to the image. Generate new image callback. Scale to resolution. So what does scale to resolution mean? If Terra Brush, get resolution, and apply resolution, or sorry, is not 1. Okay, so that doesn't do anything immediately. Apply resolution, get image size for resolution. So number of zones should be this divided by the resolution zone size. So if I say 4096, and my resolution is 128. Yeah, so I don't understand why that's... Oh, yeah, that's right. So 32 by 32. So I guess I can go and count this and see if this is 32 across. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11, 12, 13, 14. And I messed up. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Hey, Yulia. So it is 32 by 32. That much is correct. So who is wrong? Someone must be wrong here. Is it this? The correlated size of the terrain meshes. So this is turned down to 36. So what happens if I change this size to 48? Does the terrain scale? No, this is just LED stuff, right? So that doesn't manipulate the scale of the terrain. What are you doing? I'm trying to load in this height map on a new terrain. And someone's wrong. Someone's wrong about the scale of this. So I do a ceiling, which looks like it's correct because I think this comes back as 128. So then I do generate image texture for zone. Get image size for resolution. It's probably at the top. Or he's crazy and he put it in the header file. Of course. Or he didn't? I don't understand that one. Zone utils. Ah, okay. Get image size for resolution. The ceiling of zone size over the resolution, which is 128 over... Huh? Oh, it'd be this over 1? I'm confused. What's that resolution? Terra brush get resolution or 1. Okay, so it's just 128 over 1. So 128. Okay. Be sealing that. Maybe that's the mistake. Because they do 128 over 1. And they sealing that. So maybe it could be coming back as 129. And we do a ceiling over resolution zone size, which could be 129. That ceiling's to 32. Which I don't know, maybe that's fine. Maybe that's fine. But generate texture for zone. How does it know? Try to match the next pixel with the one of the previous zone for better transition. Is this a mistake? New image size. New image. Image. Image equals new image. Resize, get width over 1. Over 1. Okay, so generate image texture for zones image. It comes in as, where is it? Get the image. So this is the original image. This comes in as the original image. Yeah, I think the 2x and the 2y is what's going wrong here. Maybe. I don't know, it's strange. New image size. Generate image callback with zone X and zone Y. So this comes in as like 0 and 1 or something. Create height map. Get zone size, get resolution. Get data path. Create height map. Image size for resolution. Should be 128 over 1. Which I actually saw. The images are coming back correct. They were coming back as 128. Format RGF. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. This seems like that all works. And then we go through each pixel, and I'm using image set pixel XY to the result height. And then possibly a hole. True. What does true mean? Apply resolution? Yeah. So this should just be 1. Yeah, it looks like this is incorrect. This is probably what's going on. So generate image texture for zone. Yeah. if x is equal to the last one, we read in the pixel of the next one. But that wouldn't mean that it's like slowly going off, I guess. Starting X. Yeah, this add one is weird. It should just be reading in the pixel. Try to match the next pixel with the one of the previous zone for better transition. This doesn't really make sense to me. They shouldn't be doing that. The 2x should just be reading in the 128 pixels, 0 to 127 of that section. It shouldn't be doing this at all. So yeah, essentially this means once we're at the last pixel, we instead want to read the one in the next zone. So we're skipping. It's not really like skipping that one, but this doesn't make sense to do. That. I'm going to comment this out. This doesn't make sense to do. Because you're not matching it, right? You're not like blending the two together. You're just literally reading the pixel of. You're literally reading outside of the zone that should be reading. You're reading outside of it. And what happens is we may, for the very last zone, we're not even going to write that value either. Because pixel is just going to be 0. We're just going to read in nothing. Which is exactly what's happening, because I saw at the very end the texture is like supposed to go underneath. It's supposed to be down. It's just reading. It's just skipping that pixel for some reason. So this is wrong to do that. That is wrong to do. You should not do that. Just read it in. That still doesn't explain the scale. The scaling is still clearly wrong. So this has probably got to be with like the rendering part of it, or wherever it builds the mesh. So I guess maybe I should look at node. And I'm guessing it's probably going to be terrain, right? Where's TerraBrush? Oh, here it is. So somehow it needs to render. It needs to go through the images. Yeah, so it needs to go through zone resource. So I guess I can probably look at. It needs to run through the zone resource and produce a mesh from those. And I'm just assuming it probably reads through it like this, right? Should like create height maps or something. What is this? Create terrain. Oh, is there an import terrain? Eh. It calls load terrain. So we go through all the zones. We get the height map image. If it's null, we set it to a new one. So I don't know what that does. Terrain zones. Update height maps. Terrain loaded. Yeah, I think it's what it's doing, isn't it? It's got to be like shifting each mesh back like 1 meter every time. I guess if that's my theory, then I should be able to see it, right? So my theory is that if I think I have the correct one loaded. Okay, well, I guess let me... So everything is set correctly. It's at the position that it lines up with the terrain. I guess it's actually like 0.5 is where it would line up with the terrain. Alright. That doesn't do anything. I saw the code. Changing that literally doesn't do anything. So if I think it's shifting every single zone back by a pixel to account for that weird loading height map thing that they do, where they like read the next pixel, or for the last pixel they actually read the pixel of the zone after it for some reason. So that's my theory. I just put my mouse in there for a second. Okay. So my theory is this is off by like a meter every time. Every zone. So after 128, we're off by 128 meters. Or maybe it's even less than that. Okay. It might even be doing a half meter, because you see I have to move it back by a half meter to make that match. And in fact, it actually seems like it's not a half meter. Oh no, it is. That was just some weird thing. I'm not sure what that was. Alright, so if my theory is that this is off by a half meter every time, then to reach the bottom here, okay, so that doesn't look like 100 meters. If it's a half meter every time, then it'll be off by 64. So I'm just gonna leave the X where it's at, and I'm just gonna drag this down until I get it, and I'm gonna see what the difference is between these two. Okay, so do I think this is exactly where it lines up? I do. So I moved it. If I think it is off by a half meter every time, this should either be, or a meter. It's either going to be 16 meters difference, or this is 32 meters difference, which is 32 meters difference. So they are offsetting each zone by a meter every time. Very bad. Very, very bad. And I think they did that because they realized their zone layering was like totally wacky and weird. All right, cool. Well, I found the bug. And that's a bug. Straight up, that's a bug. They shouldn't be doing that. I'll verify it. 1952.5. I guess it would be 1984.5. I'll just do it with a calculator, just prove it. Negative 1984.5 minus negative 1952.5. 32 meters. There are 32 regions. The region's size is 32 by 32. I even did the calculation up here. 32. So they're shifting every zone 1 meter back every time. And it looks like they're also shifting it back a half meter as well, which is really strange. They shouldn't be doing that. Cool, alright. Well, that kind of proves it. So somewhere in the render, or I guess just when they're creating the mesh, they shift each mesh back by a half meter. First of all, they start with a half meter shift. And then every increment of the zone, they move it back a meter as well. So I'm guessing just somewhere there should be like a minus 1.0 like this. That's all demo. Oh, well, I guess this is shader. Okay, well, I know that there's strictly a half. There's a half happening somewhere. I guess not. Minus 0.5. Like this, perhaps? All right. Well, that's going to be difficult to locate, I guess. So these are images. Terrain is a new terrain. Set terrain zones. So I guess let me go look at terrain and see what set terrain zones does. It looks like it's really simple. And it just does terrain zones equals value. A clip map. Build terrain. Build terrain's gotta be it. So I'm expecting somewhere when we iterate through the zones, we are offsetting them by some value. What is clip map? If clip map is null, what is clip map? Okay, it's a clip map. Include clip map. It's right there. So this is a mesh instance. It takes in zones. Generate level. Okay, so it looks like this is doing... It looks like this might be doing the mesh. It literally says create mesh, so that's gotta be it. So yeah, I'm expecting to see somewhere in here that it's subtracting 1 and subtracting 0.5. It's gotta be doing that. Because it fundamentally has to be shifting these by a half meter somewhere. And then it has to be shifting them by an additional meter every single zone. Okay, so this shader. create mesh uses a shader. Arrays, vertices, generate level. Okay. Start index, -1. Auto. Okay. But where is the half-meter shift? Interesting. Vertex mid-zone. Width. I don't think this is it. Auto x is equal to this, and okay, so this is a Boolean. Add square vertices. Get zone positions. Zone get zone position. I'm kind of confused by this. Yeah, okay, so it's actually coming in as 0. Position X to position Z. Position X plus width. I mean, this... It's per zone, right? So each... So within the zone, it's correct. Add surface from arrays. Clip map shader height map. Update shader offset position. What is that? Oh wait, is this it? Offset is 0. So offset can be initial cell width divided by 2. If we're even... We subtract. I don't know what that means. Which update shader offset position? Get global position. All right, that's nothing. Okay. I think update AABB is just a visual thing. No. Maybe not, I don't know. So it's okay, so it's still not creating a large enough mesh, it seems. Or maybe I don't understand how this really works. So clip map shader, generate level. It doesn't do any height map reading. There's no height map reading. And then I have clip map shader. I give it the mesh. Maybe it is the shader. So I need resources, shaders, clip map shader, GD shader. Oh wow. World vertex, calculate vertex. Awesome. Okay, so world vertex for each vertex. Okay, but it's okay. What about this one? In order for it to shift it, it needs to do... It just doesn't do it. It just doesn't do that. It needs to know the current zone. And I don't see where that's checked. Zones shader include. Fixed zones size is zone size -1. That's already a little suspicious, but okay. Zone area. Calculate a zone with zone info. Half unit. Size unit. 1 over zone size. Okay, weird. So here's where we are subtracting 1. It seems. Calculate zone UV. So it should just be this. Zone shader include. Okay. Calculate zone UV with zone info. Calculate vertex height. World vertex. Return height. Calculate vertex. So vertex goes in here. Which calculate vertex has to set vertex then. So calculate vertex in out. There it is. Calculate vertex height. Should take an in out vertex in parameter 2. Okay, so this doesn't do any shifting then, does it? Okay, so this is literally only applying... It is literally only applying vertical position. It's not moving it left or right. Okay, it's not there. It doesn't happen there. It doesn't happen there. So then I'm back to here where it must be for each zone. All right, you know what? I want to look at something. Where does this go if I put this at 0, 0? Just gonna focus on the origin. This should be at... Sure, this should be at 0. It has no position. But this probably should have a position, right? Okay, so it's right there. So we turn that off. We turn off the road. The floating road. And not local space. Okay, so it's immediately in a weird position. Wow, alright. Yeah, so that's why it's weird, because it puts 0 like this. When it should probably put 0, it shifts the corner back. Let me deselect this before I do something. So, okay, so there must be a division by half the zone size. Or zone size times 0.5 or divided by 2 or something like that. That has to exist somewhere. That's probably where it's starting to move stuff. I hate my camera, man. I actually like it less and less because I can't. There's no way for me to make it just brighter. I mean, I don't know, maybe this is working? Just do that. In automatic. Oh, but you see, gain is actually ignored when I'm on auto, so that's cool. That's not cool. That's really lame. Just out of my face, it's just totally blown out. Yeah. 150, and then I'm gonna turn on the gain. Alright, that's the best I can do. Okay, so there must be a shift. In fact, I feel like this has to be... No, there's no shift there. There's no shift there. The shift has to happen here. I don't even understand. I mean, maybe the thing is this isn't where it's, you know, they're just, this looks so plain to me, right? We're just putting it at X, putting it at Z. X is X times width, Z times width. These are integers. Width is super normal. It's all normal. So I wonder if update AAB gives me an indication. So the X point is, yeah, negative. So X point and Y point. X size is the larger value of the max X it is so I gotta get like a better lighting or something. When there's clouds, the brightness just fluctuates way too much and I just can't correct for it. Auto exposure just loves to be really dark for some reason. Okay. Now it's getting really bright. So this is already a hint of something going wrong. we're shifting it back for some reason. We shouldn't be shifting that back. But I need to make sure that this is moving correctly. So we did the maximum between the largest X value, zone size, times 2. Or the larger value between the zone size, times 2. Why times 2? I don't know. The times 2 probably has to deal with the fact that we're starting it backwards by half. So I believe how AAB works is we set from 2 vector 3s. I guess this is the start and end point. Alright, well first of all, I know that X point should be 0. Or I guess it'll actually be the min, the smallest value from zone positions. Let me see what happens if I try to add a zone with a negative value. Let me just see. I want to do this. Alright, let me click off of that and then fix this, and I'm going to see what happens if I just try painting out here or something. Perhaps I'm not allowed to go negative, I don't know. Oh. Okay. The monitor just got really dark for some reason. Or is that auto exposure probably applying actually? Yeah, probably like auto exposure happened. Alright, so it adds a new zone. And where does it put that? Does it give it a negative value? A negative value. All right, cool. Okay, let me click off of this. So point I'm really confused about this. AAB with an X. This Y component is weird. So the maximum between the X point and the Y point. I really don't know what that means. And then the size. The initial point is the larger value between the number of zones or the position of the highest zone index. So in this case, the zone size would take over. Yeah, you know, this is really strange. And then we say the point is back half of that. It might be this get zone positions thing. Zone resource get zone position. Is that all it is? Zone resource or zones resource. All right, what do we got here? Return underscore zone position. Oh, that's awesome. Set zone position. Importer engine. Image info, zone X, zone Y. Alright, so that's just, yeah, like 0, 1, 2, 3. That's not actually where it renders. Okay. And yeah, I'm even doing it as a vector too. I mean, you know what? This seems right, actually. I'm not sure about the ×2. The ×2, I don't quite understand that. The zone size would be like 128, and it says if I have like one. Or wait, zone size. Like, what is zone size? Apparently, I actually don't know what this is. It's an integer. And it's private. Set zone's size. Okay, so this is like 128, right? Okay. So this is like 128 times 2. Which I don't understand how that works. I guess it just means we're doubling it, right? Okay, so that's not incorrect. It's gotta be like when we're rendering it somehow. But then collision is based on like its real things. Like it's computing it from all that stuff. String names, number of zones. Okay. So number of zones, does that do something? They have like string. They do the string thing that I hate. String names. Like, what is this? Where does that come from? Miscellaneous string names. Not confusing at all. Yeah, not confusing at all. Number of zones. Okay. Oh, that's cool. So it's defined there, but it's never actually used? Zones map position. Calculate zone UV with zone info. Alright, so it's used here. Zone UV. If Z is positive, Z is negative. Alright, so this is the normal case. The height, texture, height map textures. Sampler 2D array. It's a meter short for every zone that exists. Why is it a meter short for every zone? It's just not, it's not. Why is this so hard to find? Terrain updated, update collision shape. Vision data image height map. Whatever. It can't be something like this. Wait, if zone size modulo 2, it's even. I don't think that's anything. It has to be where we make the mesh. It's absolutely somehow in here. Level -1, so level starts at 1, is that right? Level I+1, fourth parameter. So level starts at 1, 2 to the power 0 is 1, cell width, initial cell width, which is something. Currently it's 0. Set initial cell width. LOD initial cell width. So it's setting to 1. Okay, I got it. It's set to 1. So width is just 1. If level is 1, start index -2, to index +2. That doesn't immediately sound like anything strange. I believe vertices just kind of, we just create this and then we retrieve the vertices from that. Yeah. So it'd be x times width, 2 indexes rows per level, -1 minus rows per level, 0 plus rows per level. Okay. Rows per level. So I guess that would just be like, setting to 36 or whatever I have. So essentially what I'm getting from this is that start index is -1 minus rows per level, so it'd be like 51 to index is 50. So we go from negative 51 over less than or equal to 50. We do x like negative 51 times 1. So this doesn't look wrong. It just looks like it's creating a mesh. So I guess that mesh is right, but perhaps could it be this abstract bounding box or access aligned bounding box? Because it's just creating a big mesh. Is it shifting this? X times width. If level is 1, weed opening, then I guess this is where it is doing less for each level. But this doesn't look like it's I'm not seeing where it's like pushing them back by 1 meter every time. I'm not seeing it. -1 might be interesting, but this isn't like -1 times zone X times zone Y, right? It's let me look at this again. So level 1, initial cell width. So I don't have any information about scaling or anything like that. Okay, so this is like, all right. So this is like creating the whole mesh, but it doesn't seem. It's so weird. It's so weird. Why is it doing this? All right, let me look at the collision. Let me see the collision. Collision might give me an indication on how they might be doing this. For each zone, get the image, zone data, because the collision has to be lined up correctly. So to me, this would mean that you get zones size. All right, so this is just going through all of them. Top left, or left, top right, bottom, and then bottom right, I guess, for some reason. I'm not sure why we need that neighbor. So somehow here it needs to also do the shift. It's also possible Terrain 3D is wrong, and Terrain 3D is scaling, could be scaling up a little bit. That's possible. I hadn't considered that. It would be scaling up a meter every time. Alright, so here's the test. I don't know why I didn't think of that until just now, but here's what I gotta do. Can I undo adding that? Okay, I guess I cannot. So I gotta click here and delete this. So I know the scale of this should be 32 times 1024 meters. 32 times 128 meters. So this should be 4,096 meters is how big this should be. So I'm just gonna add a CSG box. We're gonna put it at Z 496, and then I'm gonna put it at 2048, and I'm going to subtract half of this size, so I think I just do minus 64. I gotta hide that road. Okay, and then I guess I also have to go a half meter down. Okay? So this is now lined up. So I should see this reaching straight to the end down here. This should be lined up with the terrain. This will tell me who's wrong. Terabrush is wrong. Okay, that's good. So if I were to subtract 32, then it lines up. Alright, so Terabrush is wrong. The true size of this is not 4096, like it should be. So we are losing a meter every zone. So somewhere on update, collision is probably doing collision stuff, but this has to be lined up with the terrain. Assign collision data, height map, shape, terrain data. Oh, this is my float 64 array. Zone. Height map shape 3D. Collision data shape key. Add collision zone. Map image. Add collision zone for a zone. Add collision zone. Image size for resolution. Underscore resolution, which should just be 1. Set position. Zone size. Zones size -1. Times get zone position X. So this isn't like subtracting 1 for every one of these. It would be like zone position X times times -1, something like that. So it looks like this is still correct. I'm just suspicious of this one, so I'm gonna change it to something that's better. This should be math, floor, plus 0.5. That's what it should be. So if I get 128.001 and I seal that, we're gonna go to 129. If I say 128.001, add 0.5, and then I floor that, right? So seal essentially means, I think what it means to do is, if I have, it's just wrong. I think it's just wrong. I should be adding half and flooring it. Or should I be adding image size for resolution? So resolution should be coming in as a integer. So if I have 2, my resolution is 2, I'd be dividing zone size by 2. So if I'm 128, I want a 64 pixel image, so I divide it by 2, and yeah, I guess I'm just supposed to be rounding it halfway, right? Should be like halfway rounding. Get zone info from zone offset. Yeah, I don't know. You know what? Maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine. No, you know, I think it's actually just not fine. It should be that. This should just be rounding halfway. That's really what it should be doing. So let me see if there's any other math seal happening. That could be... Alright, so there's very few of these. So here's something. So this should be... Resolution zone size is an integer. So I'm gonna do the same thing here. Good thing is there's very few of these. Round to decimal places, that's whatever, probably. That's probably whatever. Tool base. That's probably fine. I wish I could see what's going on over here. And I wish this order would stay the same every time. This is so... Maybe I'll just leave a comment on top of it to say like, hey, this is good. So we're divided by 4 there, so that's not a resolution thing. I don't think this is a resolution thing. Maybe it is a resolution thing because I see apply resolution. Okay, so yeah, this should definitely be the same thing again. Hole tool, that's probably needs to be fixed too. Textual I think was right. That's rounding. This one may need to be fixed. Nope. Okay, so Terra Brush first one is probably fine. Terra Brush second one? Was there 2 in Terra Brush? No. Import dialog. That's divided by 4. So import's fine. Terra Brush is fine. Texture tool is fine. So hole tool. That's nothing. Okay. Alright, so I guess I'm just gonna go and see if this is fine now. Alright, check that everything is written. So without changing anything, this should without changing anything, this should start being the appropriate scale. I don't think I definitely haven't actually fixed whatever the issue is yet, but I'm getting there. I just needed to do those things, I guess just in case somehow that does fix it, but I doubt it. The thing that gets me is that collision is correct. Hey, Gilead. I think I just realized what the issue might be. I think I actually know what it is. Okay, so if you look at an image 128 pixels across, I'll actually start simple. 2 pixels across. What I think is happening is it's essentially reading pixel value 1 and putting it at 0. Pixel value 2 and putting it at 1. And then there's this extra value that's just not there, right? Because what you would want to see if you take a 2x2 image, you'd want to see 1 meter, 2 meters, 1 meter, 2 meters, right? You would see a shape that is 2 meters. I think what's happening is we're essentially, it's reading that wrong, where it's not adding that extra bit. So we need to be adding 1 for everything. So if the image is too wide, what it's essentially doing is it's creating one box using pixel 1 and pixel 2 values to create that value. What should happen is it should be a 2 meter box. I guess that's probably where it is. It's probably like really suspiciously hidden, right? We need to add some extra space. But does that make sense? How can I make that make sense? How can I make that make sense? There's definitely a way to do that. For some reason, I'm missing it. What do I do with it to Because I guess it's technically what I mean then is I need to add... Yeah, I'm losing 1 meter every zone. That's just what happens. That is simply what happens. Very strange. Yeah, interesting. So if I have 3 pixels, essentially you would place a vertex at the center of every pixel. So if you have 3 pixels, you get a 2x2 result mesh. If you have 4 pixels, you get a 3x3 result mesh. And that's just how it works. So but here's the thing. This just means I should be producing a final mesh that is 1 meter shorter than the input. Not 1 meter shorter per zone of the input. So the zones, when they are processed, they need to be okay, so it is clip map. It is this. This is what looks weird. Or this is the problem. I mean, I guess it's maybe it's kind of correct because they're adding 1. I don't know, this is really strange to me. I don't understand how this is working. X is greater than start index. Which this is a weird thing to ask because this is always true. That is a weird question to ask. We're not changing X. X is always greater than or equal to start index because it is start index and we only increment it. All right, I know that this is always true. Yeah, they're both set to start next, so I know that this is always true. So I'm going to take that out to simplify this. That's just a weird. That is strange. X is less than rows per level plus lower offset index. If specifically level 2. And X is less than or equal to 2 index, which is also always true. So this is just some really weird stuff they're doing here. Those are always true because of the for loop. It's always true. If X is less than the negative of rows per level plus. So strange. This is some weird code. It is some weird code. If X is less than rows per level, which would come in as like 50 or something, plus the lower offset index, which is either 1 or 3, very weird. And this comes in create mesh. Rows per level. Cell width. I+1. X. Start index. So essentially adding 100 vertices. We're adding 100 squares. This has nothing to do with the resolution. This is what's so strange to me. I can't see where I can't see where. This is weird. How does this work? Generate level. Level to me means LOD, right? That's what level means. This is LOD. So and this is just 1. So X is less than half this value. Or X is greater than half this value. This is really weird code. So, all right. What I'm getting here is this is just making This is just making like 100 by 100 mesh. So if I say rows per level is... What? If I type in 50, we're doing start index is negative 51. 2 indexes 50. 100, so we're doubling it. And then I'm adding times width. Okay. This is where... Alright. I guess this is where that's happening. So I'm making an image that's just larger every time. Or making a mesh that's just larger every time. But this is the only place where level is used. This is really weird. I'm not sure what's going on. That's all really weird. That's all really weird. The thing is, we're never moving the X and Y. So... level is used there, but this is like an alpha value. So... super strange. I don't know what this is doing. UVs are just totally normal. This is really strange. Clip map mesh. What is a clip map mesh? Mesh instance 3D. Shader's null, bitmap shader. So it must be this. It actually has to be the clip map shader is... I don't even know this thing. I don't even understand. How are the vertexes moving? Is clip map everything? Clip map has terrain zones. What does it do with these? Zones map. How does it place these? Height map, flip map shader? Does it do this? Calculate height map vertex. It includes height map, clip map, shader include. Because we're just crazy. And we just want all our logic to be an include for some reason. Alright, let's just take zones. It includes the clip map one, which has the zones. Alright. So this calls calculate height map vertex, in out vertex. Calculate vertex. Do we move the X and the Y? Or the X and the Z? Seems like we don't. It does call calculate vertex, which must come from the clip map include. But this doesn't move it. Out world vertex. Is that what I'm missing? No, it just says underscore world vertex, and that's all it does. Alright, let me do a test. Let me try walking to the end of the terrain or something. Alright. Collision is set. And I'm going to put my player at the end of the terrain. So my question is, do I fall off the map? Way over here. Or do I keep walking on air for like 32 meters? What happens? I fall off immediately. So this has got to be done like per zone, or maybe each zone is just, I don't know. It's so weird. It's so weird. Like, is there overlap? I don't understand. So it can't be this, because collision is, I don't know, maybe it's this. Update clip map mesh position. What does this do? I don't even know. What if I did this? What if I did resolution or zone size 496? So I had just one zone, one big image. What would that do? I don't think so. Floating modulus X position over max cell width. So this subtracts the remainder. Which I think this is just trying... So strange. What if I did plus 1? I don't even know. If it's even, for some reason we're like this thing I also don't get. Zones size? Is this the number of zones? So if we have even, subtracting by 1/2? I shifted 1/2? I mean, that's what this sounds like. Which would explain the result that I'm getting. I shifted by 1/2. What if I just don't do that? You know what if I just don't do that? What if I literally don't do that at all? Yeah, don't do that. What happens? Do I get a fix where I'm not weirdly off by 1/2 meter for some reason? And I think I could just use template debug. I don't think I need to use... I think I can exclude release because I'm running. I don't know. I'll build both of these and see which one I have to put in there for this to shift by 1/2 meter. Because I find that really silly. Alright, which one do I have to shift by 1/2 meter? I'm putting in debug. Let's see if we're not weirdly shifted by 1/2 meter all the time. But only in the case where I have an even number of regions. Alright, so I moved in debug and it seems like debug didn't fix it. Yeah, because I still have to be off by 1/2 meter. Alright, so let me move in release. Short, save, and close, whatever. Because if I can figure out which one I actually need to build for testing, then I can save a little bit of time. That didn't fix it. Okay. So what does that mean? Why is there a disconnect there? What does that mean? Oh, that's probably just LOD. Yeah. Okay. So I just don't understand why it's like this. This is a really weird way for them to do that. I don't know which one of those did anything. It looks like neither one of them did anything. And it also seems like there's just, this is probably all over the place. Let me see if there's an issue for this. Okay. What about closed ones? Because it's losing a meter every time. That's the thing. I don't understand how... I don't understand how this is working, I guess. I'm still missing something. I don't know. It's just weird. Because what happens is I import 496, and if every pixel becomes a vertex, I would end up creating a mesh that is 4095 meters in size. What's actually happening is I'm creating a mesh that's 32 meters shorter than that. 1 meter per region, essentially, is being lost. Yeah, so if I think about it, if I have region 1, let's go back to the 2x2 example. Actually, I'll even say 3x3 example. Region 1 is a 3x3, so I end up creating vertices such that I actually have a 2x2 mesh. 2 squares. I put another 3x3 underneath that, and I have another 2 squares. But then in between those, there's a +1. A +1 happens. What it seems like is happening is I'm basically taking this zone and actually stacking it on this one. So I'm dropping, I'm collapsing that extra 1 that I get by 2 meshes existing. That's what's happening. But it seems like it has to do that. That can't just happen. That has to be... If you're doing it correctly, maybe what... Here's the thing. Here's what I don't get. Here's what I don't get about clipmap. I don't understand how... If engine is not editor hint. Alright, well this is kind of wrong. This should be probably updated there. And this is still so strange to me. How does this work? How does this work? Clipmap shader. Shader parameter. Clipmap shader. Update shader offset position. Get global position of the clipmap. This is so weird to me. Clipmap doesn't store where it is, which I thought maybe it would. It doesn't do that. Yeah, so somewhere where we're rendering these, we have to be subtracting like one every time, because otherwise there's that disconnect happening. Because because of where you're putting it, your mesh is going to be 1 meter shorter than it should be, and your next mesh is going to start 1 meter, or well, it's going to start where it should start, but every time somewhere it has to move that mesh back every time. Okay, so if I can figure out how it's moving a mesh back, where it does that, because it has to do that, but there's no movement happening here. The only thing we ever do is we just move the Y of the vertex. The X and the Z stay the same every time. We never move that. Let me just see if I ever do... dot X minus. Alright. I'm gonna go back to collision, because I think collision has to do this. Somehow it has to be moving it back. Or does it? I don't know. Collision shape set position. Zones size minus 1 times the zone position. So if I have... This is 32 zones minus 1, so 31 times that. So it's either at 0, it's at 31, it's at times 263. But it's not shifting it back by 1 every time. It would have to be shifting it back by 1 multiplied by its position. So if position... The -1 makes sense because... let's say we have 2 zones. Like I said, we need to shift every one back. Alright. The mesh... 0, 0. 1 starts at 32. 2 starts at 64. But I'm bringing it up 1. So it'd be 1 is at 31. But then that doesn't account for that extra. So this still doesn't account for that. This accounts for the gap like the first time. It doesn't account for it every time. Is that correct? Or is that wrong? Zone size -1. Zone position. Get zone position. Alright, let me check this. Update zones map. It's nothing. Just return zone position. It's nothing. Load terrain, get height map is null. It creates one, so it's not null. Objects container. This all seems fine. This one just accounts for the first time, right? Yeah, it definitely does. Because the first zone, but okay, let me go back to saying that each zone is a 2x2. So it's creating 1 square. Right. Okay. It's creating 1 square. We place it.
Hey, he's okay. He's okay. Jeez.
Alright, back to the idea with the 2x2 image. Every image is 2x2. I put a second one there. So I would end up having 4 pixels for 1, 2, 3, 4 vertices. 4 vertices. I would have a 3x3 final mesh. The first zone is just this square. Second zone is this square. So I would put this one at 0, and I put this one at, if it's 2 minus 1, I put it at 1, so this goes up. Now technically that means the next one would go at 2. So if this is correct, then it would be 3. This would be at 2 times 1. So it'd go at 2. What? 0, 1, 2. Is that it? Okay, let's look for a subtract one. Surely that can't be too many places. Okay, it's not too many. Was it like size -1? Zone size -1? So that's just the collision shape. That's not that, though. Oh, I gotta fix some notes too, right? Is zone info used to place it? But it would be this times X. Set position? Am I looking for set position? Would it just be the set position somewhere? This is what I don't get. I don't know how these are getting put into place. Is it the mesh? Objects octatree? Is it right here? Collision shape, set position, yet add collision. No, this is for, yeah, this is purely for object stuff. This is not doing that. Okay, let me start from the top, I guess. Terra brush. Okay, start from the top. This has a terrain. It has a terrain. Okay. We have zone size, resolution. Okay. Let me close everything. We're just starting over. And in fact, close these, start here. Okay. Load terrain. There's no set terrain, I think. Oh, there's get terrain. Alright, but it has a terrain. Okay. So let's just open that as a tab, and I'll start here. Alright. How do we do anything? one thing that I know it needs to know is resolution, right? It's got to know something about resolution. So we create, everything is just defaults. Right. One second, I gotta take the dog out. I'm back. All right. This is not 1, it must be a power of 2. Right. Zone size. Resolution is just 1. Visual instance layers. This might be a hint on where I can go. I guess there's also this height map, the map shader. I think there's also this on update terrain, right? Let me see what that does. Because I click that and it like runs through. It runs through everything. On update terrain settings. I don't know. Add new zone. Get height at position. This might be a hint. Pixel to zone info. X plus zone size divided by 2. I is less than 2,000? Direction times I. Really? That's really funny. That's probably why it's like so laggy. This might be why it's so laggy. When my mouse is over the screen. Because we're stepping forward. 2,000, 20,000 times. I mean, what it should do is collide the ray with the 0 plane. So we just cast the ray until the Y component is 0, and then we read up from that. Or really it should do like a binary search, I guess, where... Yeah, this is like really, really bad. That's actually exactly why it's laggy as crap. Because we're just projecting the ray forward until we get... X and Z. And zone height is greater than position Y. And zone height is greater than position Y. So we're grabbing, yeah, okay. So I can probably fix this and make this like way more performance. Because that's probably why when I'm far from the terrain, that's when it's like chugging really badly. Because it's doing this constantly. So yeah. And it's reading up to 20. What is that? It's reading up to 2 kilometers away as well, which is kind of nuts. I don't think I need to read 2 kilometers away. Yeah, I mean, probably what it should do is it should read the height at position and find Actually, I mean, how does just Terrain 3D do this? Because they don't have something that kills my computer when I try to do it. I think what they do is they run it through like the shader or something like that. So let me see if they have something like that. A get position. Either imaging or GPU depth texture. All right. Position mouse camera 1 unit behind the requested position. Mouse camera. Return height. Lookout won't work. Data get height at source position. Right, okay. Not GPU 4000 plus equals direction. Yeah, so I should do 4 kilometers, I guess. Then I guess they use this one to get that. So mouse camera, I guess it only sees that. And then we get the depth texture. Or it is a depth texture. I got a feeling this is probably it, right? Like if I just... I mean, that's gotta be it. It's so bad. Every single frame it's doing this. Alright, I can't improve it, I guess. I mean, okay. Alright. I say I can't use it. I can't use Terra Brush. It looks cool. I can't use it because of this. Because of this problem. I can't. Yeah, this zone size -1 is everywhere, which is wrong. You're losing a pixel every time. Alright, so I'm gonna have lunch, and I'm gonna think about this and what I can do. I guess I just take, I mean, let me even just look at Terrain 3D really quick and just see if there's been improvements to it recently. I think the track with the releases. June. Yeah, so. I think they track. Maybe they don't. I was gonna say I think that they track changes as they make them, but I guess not. Yeah, that mistake where you're just losing a meter for every zone you get. And I was looking at how they're generating meshes, and I really don't understand how that works. And I mean, it's kind of incorrect too, isn't it? Because I get that extra precision, but then what good does it do me? Because yeah, if it's 100, I'm losing. Because if I have one vertex per meter, I say that my zone is 128 meters. Or I guess I create a mesh that's has 100 points in it. But what's the point of that precision if it's reading from a mesh that is 1 vertice per meter? I don't understand that one. So I think what I do, so I can look at commits. Thing is, they're kind of updating this like crazy. Which worries me because I don't know what they've added. Maybe there's a project. .1. Status done. In progress. What does this mean? Status done. Oh, not including status done. If I take them off. Okay, it's just a lot of stuff. Improve foliage instancing. I think... Yeah, I was gonna say, I can definitely make it happen so that the Terra brush, I just give it a larger image. A scaled up image. Or I can manipulate the stuff, I think, so it creates like one big zone that's like a 4K texture. It's kind of crazy. I don't think I want to do that. And yeah, now that I think about it, that's just wrong, actually. You should be compressing like a full binary, not... Or compressing like... Whatever. Train 3D already does it pretty well. They're just missing, like... I guess 1.1 contains this stuff. So maybe there is stuff in there. They're adding ocean mesh. So I guess anything in done will be in the next version. I don't want to start implementing something where they're going to be like, hey, here's your foliage with collision now. We added it. This is some old stuff, though. Yeah, this is 161. When was this completed? Oh, I say it's old stuff. January. That's funny. I had to make manual fixes to fix this because that was actually not correct. I mean, it worked. It's just that when I did have to do it, I had to change some things because there was like ambiguous function calls. Let me just see collision. Need collision instances on collision shapes? Oh, no. For maybe... I don't know. I'm trying to figure out. If they have this. Procedural placement for compromise should allows GPU to automatically generate meshes around the camera. Mesh. Uses only for instances where collision is unnecessary, like grass. Generate collision using collision shapes stored in your scene file. Likely. I feel like I remember seeing this. I think there might have been a PR for this too. Oh, here it is. I found it. Instance collision. So, milestone 1.1. Oh, milestones. Okay. All right. How close are they to having this done then? And perhaps maybe I just use it. Added important label 2 days ago. $37 minutes ago. Draft 2 weeks ago. Okay, so it looks like they're really on it. Added to the roadmap last week. Put on 1.1 last week. In progress last week. 5 days ago. Okay. So, you know, I might literally just be waiting for them to merge it at this point. They might be days away. Because essentially my idea was you would essentially just like every so often check the position of relevant things and spawn a collider from that instance. So I wonder if I can probably just take this commit and merge it in. Whatever they got here and put it on mine. And okay. So this looks like they're using this one. So, how can I take these commits and put them on mine? All right. Well, it's lunchtime. It's lunchtime for me. I have to get food. I said I was gonna get food, and then I just didn't. And it's probably like 20 minutes ago. Maybe not that long. All right. I will be right back. I'm back. Was cooking and something came to his mind? Yes. I was trying to figure out if zone's size is the size of one zone, or if zone's size is the number of zones. It's the size of one zone. The extra S means that it's the size of one. The extra S makes it not plural. I mean, okay. Like, I guess I can't really make fun of that. That's like, you know. English is not their first language, but even so, don't differentiate two distinct values by one letter literally in the middle of the word. Do you want zone size or zone's size? Even if they were the correct order, zone size should be the number of zones and zone size should be the size of one zone. Even if they're in the right order, it's still really easy to type the wrong thing. Or to be looking at code and like glancing over it and being, okay, zone size, but it actually was written as zones size. Right? It's so easy to just make that mistake. So that's why this is wrong, by the way, because every single time we're subtracting one, it is technically correct that if you have whatever dimensions of your image, you have one less meter. But when you lay them all out, you should not be placing them -1. That gap is a new part of the mesh you can create. You should be creating that part of the mesh. I'm assuming at some point while he was working on it, he realized this and thought the mistake was that he needs to contract everything back one. That's not the mistake. The mistake is that you have to create those thin strips between each zone. Otherwise, you're just deleting data. Which is why when I was flying around and I saw that LOD difference, where one mesh ended here and the next LOD read a different value from the same position. That's the mistake caused by shifting everything, slamming everything up against each other. Because these are two different pixel values, but you're putting them in the same position. You're supposed to leave that gap and fill that gap. So for that reason, I'm out. Like at Shark Tank. I can't use this plugin. It's nice, but this is such a huge mistake. That a fundamental mistake with terrain, rendering, and meshing. You can't use this. You're losing, as you can see, you are literally losing a meter per region count. So the only way to get around that is to make your terrain one big texture. And that's another problem. It's a texture. It's an image texture. It's not an image texture. It is a floating point array. They're saving it as a red-green texture, which makes it way harder to compress. Way harder to compress. Because you have to store every pixel. You can't compress that, actually. You fundamentally can't compress that. You need to store every pixel. Because you need to know, oh, does this pixel have a hole? Oh, okay, it's not. All right, well, what's its height? Right? Yeah. Sad, but time for another pull request. Fortunately, this is not the terrain I'm using. I was going to try to use it for the fact that they have collision generation and objects. They have which is weird. They have foliage and objects. I'm not sure why they have those as two different things. They're not any different. You're just placing objects I guess object is like you're putting one at a time and you can position them, but why would you do that with terrain? Just put it in the world. Right, you don't need to use the terrain object thing. Yeah. So remove write protected regular file. Yes. Oh my gosh. RF. There we go. Yeah, I literally can't use that. Oh, whoops. I left myself in a place that wasn't real. Okay. But I got food. I think it's just that. Yes. And then 6 apparently. Whoops. Bash Python. Right. All right. It's all set back up. Do I have this open right now? Yeah. So let me delete that node before I continue. And you know what, since I'm on the topic, I may as well even test that Terrain 3D is the correct size. What the? Oh, that's the size. Whoops. And I guess I gotta move it back a little bit so I can actually see the edge. Oh, well, that lines up right there. Perfect. It's, it is not off. I think it's just the outline. Yeah, it's just the outline. At the bottom. Perfect. Right. Training 3D at least got that right. I feel like that's something, I feel like that's just something you can't get wrong, man. But that is like such, that problem has been like stuck in that repo for clearly so long because everyone is like accessing this get zone size and subtracting 1 from it for everything. That is like fundamentally baked into how it does it, which is just incorrect. Tough. That's really tough. And it sucks because that one is like, honestly, that one's more feature complete than Terrain 3D is. They have water. They have flow maps. I can set the direction that the water flows in. I'm assuming I can set the depth of the water. Like, that's awesome. They have collision. But that one fundamental thing is just, that's like, that's a huge problem. That needs to be fixed. That is a massive off by 1 error. And for something where terrain, you're gonna have a lot of meshes all lined up. That one looks like there's no limit too. That has like region streaming too. It was only loading stuff like near the player or near the camera. Training 3D puts everything down. They have a limit on how big you can make the terrain. If you want bigger terrain, I have to add a second one. I have to add more. And then I don't even think... Yeah, they even lock me out of changing the position, so... Yeah, see, I'm not allowed to add stuff out there. There's not really a reason that I should be limited. Because I even have it documented here. I guess I don't have it documented. Somewhere they mention what am I trying to say? They mention the size limit. Based on your region size. But I think the actual limit is still... That doesn't hit the maximum boundaries. Where do they mention that? I don't remember. They do mention it somewhere. Oh, man. GTA 6 should be Crarid. Oh, right. You get the doorknob to work? Gate guard? Don't tell me this is paper, please. Papers, please. Don't be papers, please. Don't be papers, please.
The guard's a pig in rusted mail, too dumb to stand, too drunk to fail. If hell broke loose.
Okay. Honestly, that was actually nice. Just for the fact that this can happen. Whatever.
Too dumb to stand, too drunk to fail. If hell broke loose.
If you can actually do that, that's cool. Yeah. That's straight up Papers, Please. Interesting. But that's it, man. IGN? Are we serious? No, that's a joke. IGN takes anything, man. I don't know. Maybe I just hate games. Maybe I just hate games. I think it's actually it. I think I just hate games. I think I just hate games. Town building. Okay, I will say this. I don't think this has been done correctly yet. So many games try to do this and they're never very good. They're either really shallow, their world simulation is just boring and nothing ever happens, or it's just you have to farm 10 million crops before winter or you lose, and that's the only objective in the game. If you don't have 10 million crops before the winter, you lose. And that's the game. You have to just do your best to get like whatever your minimum resources are to not die during the winter, and then that's the game. Nothing else ever happens. There's no other challenge. Everything else is cosmetic. I guess that stems from the fact that the world simulation is just boring and nothing ever happens, because that's the only thing, that's the only conflict in the game, is the fact that winter comes and you just can't harvest food anymore. There are games that are like that. Everything else, besides just getting food to not lose when you can no longer get food, is just there to make the game harder for yourself. Because that's all the game has, is that you just die. It's a controversy. One of the reporters claimed he played 10 hours of PvP Tarkov, but didn't know everyone can see his account or something, and he has only 2 hours. Yeah. Papers, Please. Okay. The reason I say this game hasn't been done correctly yet is because Papers, Please was done correctly. Anything else, you're just kind of ripping it off, and you're not really doing anything unique. You can't just like change the time period and like it's suddenly different. I guess making it 3D is more interesting. But yeah. So the reason I say it's fine, like people keep trying to make this game, is because I don't think anyone's made it right yet. If there is a game that's done it correctly, then I have not seen it or heard of it. Question of Bellwright. Bellwright is boring. Being able to participate in first person, I think, is awesome. I say first person. Your own character. I think there's like only one other game I think that does this. We saw the trailer for it. I think, not I think. I know. Who was it? Let's Game It Out played that one. There's actual like other characters who come to attack you. Basically trying Mountain Blade. But Mountain Blade, you don't build anything, right? Everything, all the structure's already there. I want a AAA game to do this. I want a AAA kind of game. Because I can tell this is like all like, you know, low budget type stuff. I say low budget. They're not spending 10 years and $500 million on this game. Added sailing. Totally war. Doesn't abandon this title as well. Actually, you know what? I just thought of this. I just realized. Hello Games might be making it. They're still called Hello Games, right? They might be making this game right now. Why is that so shaky? They might be making the game that I'm saying that no one has made correctly yet. They might be making it. From the creators of. Okay, so the website's broken. I'll turn off my tracking protection so you can load whatever you need to load. Okay, so the website's just broken, I guess. Website's just broken. I don't know if they say a procedural Earth, okay? Unexplored. I believe essentially the idea behind this is that it is like the size of a planet. And there is one planet. And everyone plays on the same planet. They probably have to make it really big. Actually, no, they probably don't have to make it too much bigger at all than the actual Earth. Because if you have like 100,000 players constantly playing it, you know, there's 7 billion, 8 billion people on the Earth. So you have like a fraction of that count of people. What do you want in this game? base building, individual agency, and politics. In-universe politics, not real politics. Not our politics in the game, but the game has its own politics. The dragon I could do without. I don't care. But I mean, I guess it makes it interesting and it's different. Because there's a thing right now where Minecraft has servers just literally exist where they just take that Minecraft Earth map, they throw it on the world, and then that's the server. They put Townie on it too, I guess. But I played a server that just had that, and it was really nice because there was in-world politics, and it was literally just Townie and vanilla Minecraft on an Earth map. There wasn't, a second server. Everyone, whoever plays, would be on the same map. So if there's like 200 people on the map. In that case, there has to be protections against, Townie was also used as a naturalization plugin. So Townie like remembers what the world was like before it's been modified. So you can't just go out and like explode the terrain because the terrain will regenerate over time. I think it was just a surface thing too. I think below a certain level, it wouldn't regenerate because you could mine outside of flames. I don't know, maybe it's just more moderation. Like if you did do that, they would roll it back. So someone couldn't just go on there and blow up the world. But also that it was just such a huge world that there's like kind of no point to it. It was like a 1 to 1,000 scale. So every block is a kilometer. And even still, that was like more than enough that 200 people could play on there, no issue. You're not starved for space. Maybe they would need to make it a little bit larger. I don't know. I hope that if they do it, you can't just be I guess it's like claim size, right? So Townie, you start with like 4 chunks or something. It's totally configurable, but this is just like as an example. You would have like 4 chunks. In your town, you would just start. It wouldn't really be called a town. It'd be like an outpost or something. Once you invite another person, you like double that, or you would like more than double that. You would get a lot more space. If you have 5 people, suddenly you have like a lot of claim. And once you reach a certain size, you can form a nation, and a nation can consist of multiple towns. So essentially the whole point of that plugin is to encourage this kind of human organization, right? Because in games, players have to be really powerful, more powerful than they are in reality, of course. I can't go out of my home and just start constructing a city. I can't do that. I would have to organize with like, thousands of people to do something like that. So I hope that's what they do for this one. They make organizing with other people necessary to do things. Like they have 4 people here and there's 1 house, right? Like maybe I hope that's a sign of like what you can do. 4 people, you can make a house. 1 person, you can make a shack. 100 people, you can have 20 houses, or something like that. I don't know how they would organize it, but I hope that's how they do it. So that you can't just have one player go out there and play for a week and like obliterate a mountain and build a mega city, right? Earth MC. Not that server specifically, but that's, you know, like that. I think they probably have Townie. They say create a town. Yeah, Townie, right? I don't know what the scale is though. Oh, this is not Minecraft Earth map, is it? Yeah, this is different. I mean, I guess it can be, because I think Minecraft Earth map uses it. Oh, it's 500 to 1. Yeah. Earth MC is like a, you know, probably the most clear example of a server where it's literally just the Minecraft Earth map. I was gonna say it looks like it's been grief, but no, that's just, they're just mining out the sand. I'm guessing to build probably a pyramid here or something. People are building pyramids. Yeah, this stuff is cool. People have made ships over here. Which one buy Minecraft server? Gulf of... I guess there was a project that someone just gave up on. Map art. Is that Spider-Man, but it's incomplete? This isn't even claimed by anybody. Yeah. That game hasn't been made yet, and there's obviously demand for it. Townie plus Minecraft Earth map is like probably 1 out of like 20 servers. Yeah, but of course in Minecraft the player is really, really powerful. One dude on a weekend could literally obliterate half the planet. So I hope with this one they have good limitations on what you can do, but still allow people to do mega constructions, I guess. You know, let people build the Panama Canal and light no fire. If you have like 1,000 people and you can do it. I guess the only way to really do that is to make it so that manipulating the terrain is slow, and you need very like in-game equipment, and it's still slow. Like your shovel takes like 30 minutes to dig like 5 foot down, right? And then when you hit rock, you're like, you need explosives. And you just can't. You can't acquire those resources quickly because you can't mine like that. Evil Line almost did that, but messed at themselves. I don't even know. Some games just get around that. I'm assuming on this one, you can't even manipulate terrain. I'm guessing on this one, your terrain manipulation is just place the building and the terrain gets a little flatter. That's probably what this game is. Like, I'm sure they have like crazy moderation, or like I guess they have to have moderation because I see a lot of constructions outside of claims. So there must be moderators that are like making sure no one's building the TNT flying machine and running it over the whole world. All right. I gotta wrap up my lunch. Why does YouTube think I can't handle 1080p? It doesn't even like start 1080 and then drop. It's like instantly 1080. The Enshrouded guys are doing Enshrouded? Enshrouded?
The truth about all this would have broken my people.
I write only letters to boss.
Me? Of course I'm human.
He was the fire that forged order from chaos. The will that carved a path through darkness.
There's really not much. I'm gonna start showing more of it. Okay, now they're showing more of it. I was gonna say they're really not showing like any gameplay.
I am Arthur Pendragon. I led humans to Avalon shores. I built the great halls of Camelot.
He was the man beneath the crown. He was the voice that doubted. The heart that still beat beneath the weight of legend.
I need to save this realm. This is my vow.
The monsters look cool. Where was that? Where was that? Where was it? Here? They got the Genshin Impact UI. Interesting choice. Skyrim if you got bored of Skyrim. That's not possible. So what you're saying is no one should play this game because no one can ever get bored of Skyrim. No one has ever gotten bored of Skyrim. I kind of just feel confused though. Like, this is all really cool stuff, but I don't know what's happening. I wish I understood what was happening. It's a little,
He was the man.
It's a little all over the
beneath
place.
ground. He was the voice that
I got
doubted,
Boris for Oblivion.
the heart that still beat beneath the
Ultra, the game is out.
weight of legend.
Yeah, like the enemies are cool. Oh yeah, out now.
About all this,
They did start with first person. But did they... This is actually made at the same time the trailer released, so I guess they released with third person. Also, did Skyrim just come up, or I don't even know which of their games did it first. Did they just come up with the best lockpicking minigame? Seems like everyone tries to change it a little bit, but then like the next game you look at, they just go back to the normal one. They're like, yeah, we tried something. But we're going back to the normal one. Maybe they did, yeah. Maybe they just came up with the perfect lockpicking minigame. You take tool 1, you turn it a special direction, and then you take tool 2 and you turn it. It didn't actually show what the minigame is, but oh, I see it. 11 theft, level 11. This is funny though. This is straight up. The only thing it's missing is like the quick time perfect cook. All right. I will be right back. And I'm gonna have to figure out how to. Yeah, I really wanted to try this. I really wanted to try this. It just has a problem. And it would be helpful for me to work with because I literally have to have the camera like right up next to it, or otherwise it's crazy laggy to edit the terrain. He must have flashbang. He must have like a monster computer to be able to handle that. That is so laggy. Too bad Bethesda's busy not growing. Starfield is Starfield. Did anyone play Starfield? Did anyone play Starfield? Except for the YouTubers. Because I saw that game, and the first thing they did was they made it look so much like No Man's Sky. And I was like, wait, you can't do that. You can't just start your game by making it look... You can't start your, like, reveal trailer by making it look like No Man's Sky. I really like that game, but I understand that Hello Games, like, nearly... like, destroyed themselves on a release for that game because of all the things that they promised and didn't deliver. And I think, like, of all the things that they promised, I think they still don't have half of them. Let me look this up. Is it this? No. No. There's... I remember looking at it a few times. It's big. There's a huge list. It's not just Internet Historian, is it? Maybe it's this one. Can you please link it? Please link it. This is just a Reddit post. There's a Google spreadsheet of it. I don't think it's Internet Historian version. Maybe it is. What is this? Maybe this is it? Nope. I don't know. There's a list. It's huge. Go clean, I'll find it. Good luck. I know it's somewhere. I looked at it a few times. And both times I looked at it, I was like, wow, they are still... I think a lot of the stuff is things that they're not going to add because it's... There's a different way that they did it. Or it's just something that doesn't make sense. Didn't make sense at all. It was just like a dumb question that someone asked that, like... Was his name Sean? I don't know if that was his name. That he said yes to, and it was like something that was never even planned. Alright, I'll be right back. So I gotta research how to... Good music? Yes. I gotta research how to take something like this and put it online. Or request from a different repository. Actually, you know, I think I can just make it. I don't think it takes any... Yeah, I think I can just make it. What's this one? I want to go to mine. I think I can literally just create a board. Yeah, I think I can literally just make a board request. Mine. Zombie game. Then I want there we go. And then I would want Aiden Davey. There he is. They don't have that branch. They have instance collision. Oh gosh. Okay, so I guess the first thing I probably need to do is alright, yeah. I guess the first thing I gotta do is do this. Sync fork. Wait, I have 48 commits that I would lose? What? 48 commits? No, that doesn't make sense. I'm 48 commits ahead? Behind the main. $48? That doesn't make any sense. Have they deleted 48 commits then? They must have like gone backwards or something. Alright, so first thing I gotta do, I need to get all 199 commits from theirs onto mine. So this is the only one that I've done, which is adding this 300,000 line JSON file and a script that I made, and then just getting rid of this, or adding this standard specifier there, and then deleting that function. So really all I want to keep is extension API and run build, which I guess now is actually build. So let me compare this to main. All right. So I guess I can hit... Well, I think what I'm doing right now is I'm using... I have his repo open, so I know where it is. I think what I'm using is 1.0. Yeah. 50 commits ahead. Right. Okay. And it was last modified 3 months ago. Okay. So main I don't think is... I don't believe main is like stable. I don't think it's a stable branch. I think what they do is they work on main and then they fix the bugs and they make a version release. Right? I think that's what they do. So yeah, it looks like I'm on this branch because it says we're 50 ahead, 200 behind, which is pretty close to what I'm at. I'm 48 ahead, 200 behind. But they're making theirs out to main. Which the issue, like I said, the issue with this is that there's bugs that like have crashes. Then I have an issue. Well, look at that. Replace ABS with standard ABS. Contributing. Who got that one? Funny. That took a long time. I had to... That's been broken for... When did I make my commit? It's been broken at least as long as... Oh my gosh. At least 2 months. Yeah, exactly. On the day, 2 months. So I guess at least that... Actually, that's the only change I really had. Alright, so... I guess my plan is... I'm going to synchronize main. And... They branch. And I'm just going to pull in... that one commit. I'm going to cherry pick my build script commit. Actually, I'm curious. What's in the git ignore? Nothing I can really use. Okay. I can just copy an extension API in again for that. So yeah, I want to cherry pick commits from a different branch. Essentially, I want to remake zombie game branch from the current state of main. I'm sure it'll probably work. And it's getting so dark so fast. From the current state of main, and I want to add I don't need to add that commit. I do need to add this commit, which is gonna have like a file deleted thing. So how will I do that? Honestly, I don't really need to do the commit. I can just take the file. I can just copy the files. And sync them. Yeah, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to also GitHub Actions. Yeah, can we cancel that? I'm gonna go to mine. We're gonna CD out to terrain. Go to the screen. So I would like to, I think, just copy the build script out. Yeah. So let me copy. Nah. Let me do like, let me cherry pick the commits. And I should get the conflicts. The conflict should pop up. And I just want to layer them on top of it. Right, that's what I want to do. So I want to rebase how will I do this? Rebase branch onto master. Cherry pick commits. Oh, what do you think? Rebase interactive. It is okay. So yeah, it would be rebase onto rebase. Right, it's onto. While topic is checked out, so is it really just get rebase rebase I master? Is that really it? Main. Well, let's. I think it's check out main. Pull it in. Okay, so I want... Can I just delete the line? If you remove a line here, that commit will be lost. I just want these. What's with the FEFF? Cool. Commits don't follow merge base. What? Fail to merge submodule. Well, why would you do that? Okay, well, I don't understand what's going on with the submodule. So... Recursively merging with submodules only supports trivial cases. Go to submodule, either merge, commit blank, or update to an existing commit. Super project is run git add. Okay, so I have to go in there and like figure that out. Alright, whatever. Oh, there's probably the scripts that I added. That's probably what it is. Yeah, alright. Or no, it shouldn't be. I don't know. Source. Util. This is my version. This is their version. Which I know I deleted. Their version, my version. So yeah, I should just be taking their version every time. Right, it's used. What? Go to the submodule and either merge commit blank. I don't understand. What? What's different? Honestly, I don't know what's going on with that, so I'm just gonna... What is changed, though? Can you tell me what's changed? Oh my god, except for this one. I cannot scroll through 300,000 lines of that. Yeah, just, okay, sure. It said to merge commit E83FD09. E83FD09, right? E83FD09. Yeah, okay. Successfully rebased, okay. Well, what's in the log? Build script. Is it there? It's there. Awesome. I'm trying to light up a little bit. Just a little. Maybe that's too much, actually. Actually, that was right. That was the right amount. I remember how I did it before, and I set it to exactly what I was going to set it to. Alright. So now I should just be doing build A. Dot slash build A. What is it? A is to use LLVM, compile. I guess it would just be, yeah, just do everything, I guess. I'm expecting to have errors. Okay. Not that fast, though. Not that fast, though. I wasn't expecting errors that fast. Git blend of floats. So it still doesn't work. Okay. Does it always get blend? Expanded from macro set if diff differs. So they still don't work with double. Okay. What was it? Train 3D util get blend. Pretty much just get blend. I'll just run I'll just run that. Just so I can get the errors over here on this side. Okay, so get blend. Train 3D util. Was it the header file? So probably this should return as uint. Oh. So it takes a reference to it, interprets it as a pointer to uint32 and returns the dereferenced. Okay. So this just means that whenever I read get blend, I need to cast it to a float. That's what this means. What? That's weird. They're using real type everywhere, which is nice, but they do some weird stuff. This is weird. Is it supposed to be cast? Or what? That's tough. That's actually really tough. Okay, source is afloat there, so that's actually fine. Where does it specifically fail? It fails on, okay, there's set diff. Get blend terrain 3D editor line 768 is ambiguous because P base. Was it 380? Oh, no, 786. So P base. Yeah, okay, so it's ambiguous all over the place here. The thing is, the bits of these are different. I mean, I guess what you do is, or what they mean to do is probably just be casting these to doubles, or floats. Just cast them all to a float for this. But I think what I will do is make it so I'll just implement this. Like that. So I can take a double and I just will cast it to a float and do that. There we go. And then differs, of course. So yeah. I guess I cast the result of clamp to a real type. So 3D mesh asset 492. I'm assuming that's where the issue is. Unless clamp. Oh, clamp is returning a real type. Okay. So it's LOD ranges. LOD ranges is a pack flow 32, right? Okay. So this one I want. Well, this one I want to be a float. Cool. All right. Ooh, close that quickly. Sure, save and close. I don't know what I changed. All right. So now I should have latest terrain 3D stuff, which I don't even know what they would have changed. Oh. I also need whatever their add-on script stuff is, so. It's still loaded though. Why did it say it failed? Yeah, I don't know. Right. Close that. So I still have to copy in everything else basically. And they have 2 new folders. Okay. Now that I've done that, I want to see what's changed. Oh gosh. Okay, what changed? Somewhere there's going to be like a line that I've specifically modified. They added a space there apparently. Oh no. They're doing this shit again. Where they're adding it trailing white space. One day they'll figure out how to turn that setting on. They changed the name of it? Weird. Ground level. What is that? And then I think I have... Yeah, nice. There it is. There it is. Trailing white space. I think I had some stuff where I like deleted. More trailing white space. Where I deleted certain things. Oh, nice. So they probably just added some white space at the end of this line. Cool. Crazy. The thing is, at some point they saw the git diff where they were changing this line and just said, yeah, that's fine. They saw the git diff where they were changing this line and thought, yeah, that's okay. There's just a line being changed there. And it's just trailing white space. I mean, maybe that one isn't actually because it would highlight it red. Maybe it's not. But this one, they definitely saw this one. And they saw this one. And accepted it anyway. Camera position to target position. Okay. Okay. What changed there? Inverse scale instead of vertex density. Okay. Yeah, these commented out lines, and those probably need to be... Oh no, those might be right actually. Those might be right. Yeah, I want to keep all of that, I think. Yeah, I want to keep all of that. So this file, I think I just... Because this also includes a change that I think I needed to make. And yeah, you can see all that stupid stuff. Yeah, there it is. Oh, they're using snaps now. Maybe snap is better. Oh no, I was using snapped. What? Yeah. And then all of this. So yeah, I think this file, I just completely revert the changes to it. And I guess I'll add them as I go. I think just all the extras is fine. I didn't see anything there. All the icons. Channel packer. Yeah, this is probably all new stuff that I want to add. Oh, asset dock? I had something that I did here, I think. Where I stop it from automatically opening because it was so stupid that it did that. Zombie game, this is awful. Make sure this change stays. Yeah, they keep wanting to do that. Okay, so I will be adding asset dock. Yes. Just step through all these. And then split that one. Do not make that change. And then it should be yes to everything else, I think. Oh my gosh. Hey, Raiden. I am not playing Overwatch. Sorry. Goodbye. Is this really all just debug stuff? Whatever. Jeez. Trailing space. Awesome. Guys, turn on the setting. Godot, please turn it on by default. This is so sad. That's actually so sad. I sure hope none of this is changing tabs to spaces. Or the other way around, whatever it was before. Just flipping it. No, if it was, it'd be a lot of line changes. Never mind. What is it? It did on. Probably don't have anything here that I changed. No. Yep, that's something I changed. That's something I changed. You still can't turn off hotkeys. Very nice, thanks. Thanks, Terrain 3D. Built-in hotkeys that you can't configure or disable. The worst kind. Things just start happening when you press buttons on your keyboard, and you can't stop it. Oh, they're so stupid. They're so stupid. I can't believe they don't add that yet. They really need to add that option, and they need to turn it off. Just adding comments. I'm not familiar with any of that. All those big red lines. Yeah, here's a case where they literally added a new line and they just added white space. It wasn't even like they changed that line. They just straight up added some white space. Oh my god, man, there's 3 tabs. It's like 4 tabs there at the end of that. Crazy people. Where's you like got a video for you to react to? For me to react to? I've done that already today. All right. Too late, it's decided. What? How do they have so many changes they're still making this? That's so many line changes. Importer, I don't think I have anything there. I wouldn't think so. Oh yeah, cool, they use the tool button now. Nice. It's not here. Check Discord for 2 memes. 2 memes. Are they not loading? I don't understand what's going on here. Oh, there they go. That's crazy. That's pretty cool. You can go between 1 and 10 to the 22. Yeah, that's how it works. Nice. And that looks like all of it. And then I guess I'm doing git add add-ons terrain 3D C#. Whoops. And thankfully I just saw something. That probably would have saved me a few minutes. I just noticed that I had turned off collision on the normal terrain, which I would have genuinely believed that after this change, something broke, and it wasn't anything I did. So, glad I noticed that, because I bet that would have happened. Okay. Alright, no warnings, no errors. And why is the train leaking over that so much? Oh no. Wait, what did I do? No, that's pretty bad. Why is it like that? I made all this like perfect. Why is it so messed up? Dude, what? What kind of message is that? Okay, well, I guess all those went back. No, wait, what happened? My data is the same. So why is the terrain messed up? Oh my gosh. Oh, is this the reason? My camera is zoomed out, like, a lot. That could be the reason. No, it was not the reason. This is really bad. Wow. Yeah, that's really bad. Why is this sidewalk like kind of good and this one is like really bad? Oh, now it's all gone? Okay. Funny. So it looks like once again, Terrain 3D has decided to obliterate itself. Love it. Oh yeah, look, it just obliterated every... It just deleted everything. It touched everything and deleted it. That's awesome. That's awesome. Density 10. Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's right. I love that about Terrain 3D. I love that it just does that. It just wiped everything. For no reason. Just for fun. Oh, it's done it again. It's done it again. It's wiped it again. So... Ah, okay. I might get it. It must have to do with this change that I made, where we were passing a double. But okay. So we just shouldn't be passing a double there, I think. Also, is there one for height? I don't even know. One second. Getters read the oh my gosh. The 32-bit float as a 30-bit uint. Then mask bits for true values. Encoders return a full 32-bit uint with bits in the proper place for ORing. Okay. So it seems like this has a mistake somewhere. Source.r. What is source? Source is a color. I mean, I guess I can load in the EXR, right? Yeah, I guess I can do that. So I guess it's not guaranteed. It could still be messed up. I think what's happening here is the color is coming in as a 64-bit thing, and that's probably what's going wrong. So it's just really screwed up, right? It's just really screwed up because it's hard coded with the expectation that these are floats. I could I can't do anything there actually. And this is just the control map. This is the color of it. This isn't the height map. The height map is elsewhere. That's the color. That one's fine. I think that one makes sense. Just cast that one to a float. But the other things are wrong. Yeah. The other things are wrong. We're using packed float 32. Oh, we're using those all over the place. Okay. I think packed color. I guess I can check color and see what color stores. Variant color. Do we use real types? Nope. Color is float. Okay. Does it return a real type anywhere? No. Interesting. Strange. All right. What? What was failing? So... Okay, so we have 6 locations. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then this one. So these are the 5 places that are wrong. So terrain editor 786. So this is average, returns an average height and base. P base. A real type. Why are these real types? Why does it return a real type? See, that's the funny thing about this. How does this even... They're not even... They cannot be testing precision mode. This would break. So what's happening is... I'm losing that information. I mean... First of all, the real issue is that... P... Like... Base, left, right, and apparently they tested it. I remember seeing that get image or something where they showed an image of it, but it's totally wrong. The data I'm loading in is not underscore average. Let me find out where underscore average is used then. Hopefully not too many places. Source F. Well, I kind of need to look again and see what... This is the one with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 parameters. This is one with 2 parameters. Okay, so the one with the way more parameters is the broken one. Okay. So average default, get world background, 0 or source F. Yeah, that's not right. No, that's not right. This is a float. This is absolutely a float. This is not a real type. This should not be a real type. Because color doesn't store... Color does not store real type. That makes no sense to do that. Dest F real type? No, that doesn't make any sense. Get pixel. Yeah, this doesn't... This is stupid. I don't know what they're doing. That's stupid. They're totally misusing real type. They're absolutely misusing it. They just threw it everywhere, and actually, I'm not kidding, they didn't test it. They would have seen immediately that it just doesn't work. Brush alpha. Yeah, just delete that. This is wrong. Colors are 32-bit. They are not 64-bit. This one I'm not sure yet. Brush center Y. Okay, this is a position, so that's probably fine. Yeah, some of these are not correct at all. Well, actually, maybe. Wait, this is for... Wait a second. Wait a second. This is for editing. This is not loading. I found a stash memes. Check them. Man, I want to work on this right now. I want to look at stuff. But this is still wrong. This is still wrong. Yeah, because when they're using it with this is incorrect. I guess they pass in source R. Okay, no, I get it. Okay, I get it. So whenever they use this should be passing okay, first of all, source F. Okay, that's it. It's a float. It's not a double. It's totally not a double. It's totally not a double. This case, we pass in average with source.r, which is interesting. And in this case, we pass in source.f, which, if my tabs are correct, source f. Oh, because we don't do that there. Okay. Yeah, source f is a float. Source f is a float all the way. And then average. In this case, we pass source, which is a color, which is still correct. Source alpha. So this doesn't take that in. This takes in a float. Wait, what? Hang on. Now I'm really confused. That's all fine, I think. Average. The third parameter third parameter so third parameter, which is p base, nan value or pixel index. These are all float. Those are all float. Base is a float. It's a float. The nan value is a float. Okay. So anywhere that I have at least 3 parameters, average default, which I think that's the 4th parameter. The 4th parameter is the nan value. So this one must be a float. Source F is a float. Must be a float. Fourth value is a float. No fourth value. Fourth value, source.a. Source is a color. Right? Source is a color. That's a float. That's a float. It's always float. It's always a float. Okay. Alright, so I still have some problem. Lerp is ambiguous because now I made source F a float. Ike, what about it? What? What do you mean, come on? Dude, you're just trying to distract me, man. I can't. There's so many things, dude. I can't look at all these. I'll look at them later. I'm just not gonna. I'm not in the mood right now. Okay. I'm getting angry at Turing 3D for continuing to say that they work with doubles and they just don't. And they add in like, oh, let's start working with doubles. Let's type in realty, and then they don't even compile it for double. What's wrong with them? They literally have a commit that says, oh, we're using standard to absolute value because that one doesn't work on Ming compiler, which is not even what I use, but it's just an ambiguous function. Like I will beat you up. They say that it does, and it just does not. They even do source F, source F, source F, source F, as if they mean to imply it is a float. It's not a float. They're not using it like a float. They're not. Yeah, essentially most of these places, wherever they're using source F here, so it's still like all over 243. They're just not, they're not thinking about it. They're literally not thinking about it. This is a float. This is not a real type. That will never be a float. This should come out as a float. Actually height. What is height? Don't tell me height's a double. Height's not a double. No one needs that much precision. Dude. They literally were just like, let's make it double kaput. No. Stop it. You don't just make it. You don't just do that. You don't just do that. That doesn't just work, okay? You can't change the types and then not compile it with doubles. What's wrong with you? They literally just didn't compile it with doubles. And if they did, they didn't test it with doubles. Because they would have found out very quickly that like things break, and because they're reinterpreting the individual bits of a double, they're casting that to a float, which means they're gonna lose information because the casting is different on different systems. You can't just do that, okay? When you're bit twiddling, you can't just treat a float and a double like they're the same thing. You can't do that. Stop doing that. Stop doing that. That's dumb. That is straight up stupid. That is stupid stuff. Okay. I'm literally just going to change these to float. They straight up don't understand what they're doing. In fact, I'm changing all of these to float. I'm serious. They don't know what they're doing. They did not understand what they were doing when they just made these all real type. They didn't compile it, and if they did compile it, and for some reason it compiled, they didn't test it. As I said, they're bit twiddling floating points. They're storing bits. They're messing with bits in floats. And then they just think they can cast that. They can just cast it like that. You can't do that. And again, who needs that much precision? I don't think anyone needs that much precision. That's kind of crazy. You don't need that much precision. You're typing in values that are like no more precise than like 1/10 of a decimal place. You don't need that precision. Let me even see, get vertex spacing. They literally say it's a float. No, there's no way. That's crazy. Menus are called. I actually hate that they did this. This is so stupid. I think they literally just did find and replace float with real _t, and they straight up called it a day. Job's done. Let's not think about that. Alright, fine. Spacing can be... fine. You can keep your double vertex spacing, even though it's stupid. Even though it's stupid. Like, they even call it F, man. You're crazy. You're crazy. Yeah, average needs to be... they're just nuts. I can't believe they did that. I just not understand what this is doing either? Like, I don't, how are they doing that? How are they doing this? As you end. They get a pointer, they cast that pointer, and they dereference that pointer. What am I missing there? I'm actually not missing anything. They just straight up, they screwed up. They literally screwed that up and they just didn't test it. They literally just screwed up. You cannot just do that. Like, you don't need this precision. What the hell? Alright, what is brush data? Brush data is wrong. Is a dictionary. Okay. They literally don't know what they're doing. They literally did not know. That actually makes me so upset. You would have literally discovered this if you ran the code. You literally would have discovered this if you ran the code. And like, you don't need their UI. This comes from the UI, right? Their UI is limited to like 1 decimal place. You can type in 1 decimal place on their UI. Maybe sometimes they're generous and you can type in 2 or 3. No, definitely not 3. Maybe 2. And you look at all these. You're limited to 80, 300, 100. Right, that's an integer. 100, 65,000. You can precisely represent 1 and 2 decimal places with a float at this scale. You can do that. They literally just threw in realty because they just thought that would make it better. Literally without thinking about it. Also, this function is called randef. Are we? We must be stupid. They literally don't know what they're doing. I wonder what randef returns. Oh, it says it's a float. Let me go see. Utility functions, randef. That one actually said double. Interesting. Those literally say double. Okay, well, I'm shocked. I thought those were turned float. They literally say double. Not even real T, it's just straight up double. Alright. You get your double. But they still messed up because it should be double. It shouldn't be real type. Because it returns double or double. Oh my gosh. Whatever. That's fine. You can add that via real type. That's probably fine. This one? Nope. Not a real type. It's not. This one, sure, you can be real type. It's probably fine. Clamp. Brush center Y. Lift trues. Troughs. Oh. Clamp the value between source F and source plus alpha times strength. Okay. Yeah, no, that's just a float. That's just a float. So you want weight to be a real type. Then you do all this. And there's no reason for that. There's straight up no reason for that to be the case. There's no reason for that. Well, maybe I'll leave that as a real type, but then this has to be cast to a float. And this has to be cast to a float. And no, this is not a real type. This is just not a real type. Angle? Is angle a real type? I don't think so. Let me check what angle is. Yep, angle's afloat. No, you don't need these to be reals. Okay, you don't. You actually really don't. It's okay to just use a float sometimes, alright? I think whoever did this, that's what they thought. They thought, oh, Everything has to be a real type now because floats are bad. Nope. I mean, you would have thought they would have been a little suspicious that they're doing point Fs, right? They're using .f everywhere. They're specifically saying these are floats. No? They just felt like they needed to really cast these all to reals. Or potentially a double type. Absolutely all over the place. Yeah, I'm gonna keep complaining about it. Because this is a mess. This is so dumb. What they did here. Like, I almost have to go out and make sure that whatever they did for this, they didn't do in other places. Where they're reading enough. Like I said, they're bit twiddling floats. They're using like 14 out of the 16 or 32 bits or whatever from a float for height information, which is a lot. All right, let me check. 14? Wait, what did they do? I can't remember what they did. What were they doing exactly? They are shifting it. Oh, they're only using 2 bits, right? They're using 2 bits out of the float. 2 bits. What am I thinking of? 2 bytes? This is a 4-byte thing? Yeah, they're using 2 bytes. Okay. So they've got 6. Okay, yeah, right. I'm back. Hello, I'm still complaining. I actually can't believe it. Whoa. Oh, they are doing it. They are doing it. They're making things stupid. I can't believe they did this. That's insane to me that they did this. No fucking way, man. I can't fix all this. This is so ridiculous that they did that. What are they doing? This has got to be why it doesn't load correctly, why everything flattens out, because it's wrong. They did not test it. They did not. Actually, are there any float? 14,000 float. Yeah, that's not true though. Float anything. Shaders. Dude, I think they literally did find, replace, float, and replaced it with real T. Hey, that's unbelievable. I gotta go see this. That is like egregiously bad that they did that. If they really did that. Okay. Let me find a line change in terrain 3D editor. Drop down the line 700 something. This. Actually, I want to see this comment. Why did this comment change? Average 3 months ago. What? 3 months ago. This has always been... Okay. What broke? What did they break for mine? This... Well, this is from the color, right? So that's already correct. All right. I gotta go find whatever they did. All right, so I'm just gonna restore that. Okay. Okay. Now, what specifically is the problem? They call get blend with base here. This function is a problem. Or just line. Okay. Mesh asset 492. Okay. Let me go find this file. What changed here? Mesh asset 3D. Or just turn 3D mesh asset. 492. What did they do? Last month. Add clamps and set if diff to setters. Okay. Line 492. They do so many code changes, man. It's crazy. LOD ranges. Okay. So this was already a real type. And we're clamping with floats. Okay. So I think the problem here is that I should be casting distance to a float. This should just be a float. LOD ranges, I think I looked at that. LOD ranges is a hacked float 32, so in fact, there's really no reason at all for these to be real types. That's a mistake. That's straight up a mistake. Those should not be real types. This does not return a real type. This returns a float. Because that's what's stored here. That's a float. Okay? So I'm going to fix that. Because that's incorrect. They don't use that. These are float 32s. These are floats. These are not reals. These are not variable types. So floats, floats, floats. Oh my I don't remember how to do replacing stuff. But what I can do is I can record. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Bam. It's fixed because those are floats. Those are floats. Okay. Run that again. I'm just looking at the first error. That first error should go away. Apparently I forgot to write this one. Oh, no. I just forgot. I mean, what? Set fade margin? What is that? Oh, I guess I didn't mean to do fade margin. Yeah, I guess I didn't mean to do fade margin. So. Although I'm sure that's also whatever, right? Okay, yeah, my mistake. Display, no, just what's going on with that? Okay, so now it just says get blend is ambiguous, which is correct. Those are all floats. This is a float. And base is a float. And this nan value is a float. Those are floats. Absolutely, those are floats. So it might actually still build. Oh, right. Because there's surely way more places where this mistake is being made. I mean, if it, lately they added this, they didn't test it. I can't believe it. They literally just didn't even test it. Because they would see very quickly that it doesn't work. What is this one? He alt. Interesting. Like, this is not it, right? I'm gonna have this problem for a while. Differs? What do you mean? Did I forget to write it again? What's going on? Float, float. Float, float. I don't know what it's talking about. Oh, is it because it returns? Right. It's supposed to return. Float. So, I don't think that's it, by the way. Clearly, loading it is having an issue. But where does loading happen? It's probably data. Load region. (16-bit). Alright, so if the save in the load region, that's gotta be it. Load region. What? Sends upgrade version? Add region. Okay. Add region. So how does it, where does it detect if it's like 16-bit? The thing is, it works, but then once I click, it loaded it correctly, but once I clicked on the terrain, then that's when it bugged out and it like deleted everything. It literally deleted everything. So I guess the loading must be right. So it is something wrong with the editor. Right? Is it just purely something wrong with the editor? What? Gosh. It's being so loud. Weird. Huh. You see in the new Zootopia, Nick uses the serum strip from the abortion clinic. Comic? What? I don't know. I don't know anything about that. Alright, so we built. We don't have it open. Okay, let's see what happens. I need to make sure I don't have it selected by default. So maybe I can add in something, some kind of reader, so I can do something. Yeah, alright, so it's just totally busted. Because I still have it selected when it loads. The thing is, there's just no... Oh, there it is. What? There's a shader bug. This line. What's wrong with that line? I love the shader stuff. They print the entire file for one-line errors. And they just have little E arrow pointing to it, so you gotta really be like paying attention to this glitter. Unknown identifier V camera pause. Has that been the error? This didn't happen. Did I just not see it? Is that the error? Oh my god. Have I been freaking out over nothing? No, because those are still bugs. I still had to like fix that to cause. So they still made mistakes. But what has changed with that shader? Is this minimum shader? Ah, why did I close it? I'm stupid. Minimum shader? I think that's the one that I use. What file is this? Great, who knows? But there are like 30 empty lines at the start of it, I guess. V camera. I don't even. I literally don't even know. What the hell? Which shader? It's defined right there. It's defined right there. What shader are they talking about? This shader doesn't exist. Cam distance equals V camera pause. Dude, what shader is this? What shader is that? V underscore camera underscore pause. That's not... That line doesn't exist. Okay. That line doesn't exist. Interesting. Okay. Here's the line. Source shaders editor functions V camera pause. So, are you seriously telling me that they are just insert world noise uniforms? What the fuck? Why are they doing shit halfway and not finishing their commits? Why are they doing that? Fix auto shader regression. This is shaders, editor functions. I love on some of these. Dude, these guys are actually just straight up idiots. They added a space here and then they deleted the space on these ones. What is wrong with them? Literally, what's wrong with them? Lightweight shader. We added camera pause. It's right there. Right there. So when they say these special inserts are injected in shader code at the end of fragment. You know what? I think it's not a real error. Or maybe it is. When did this line get added? They added that. Do I have my own shader that's missing this? Do I have my own shader that's missing this? Is that the thing? Maybe that's my problem. I have my own custom shader here. Right. So this one, okay, this one, this is probably what the issue is. Is it, what if I just turn this off? Well, the terrain's there. Okay. Oh, and it's loaded properly too. Nice. All right. So nice, yeah, it's loaded properly. All right. All right. It breaks. It's good. So I believe terrain GD shader is based on minimal. I think it's based on minimal. Or it might be lightweight. I'm not sure. Do we have a bunch of like decodes at the top? I can find out probably what it is. Okay, so it's all right, so I don't know. I don't know what it's based on. I'll go look at the current state of this. It would be in project. Source, no. Source. Project add-ons, extras, shaders. All right, that's where it's at. Extras. Minimum? Those, that looks like mine. It's environment, terrain, yeah. All right, so it's minimum. Minimum is what I use. All right. So copy that file and paste, and then I guess I hit save, and now I turn on override. Okay, and it without any texturing. Okay. So it's not fully there. So I guess I'll see now what the difference is. All right, so it looks like some of the stuff I want to keep. So commented uniforms aren't needed for the shader, but are available for your own needs. Okay. All right. So first of all, I want this line. I want that one back. I do want that one back. I'll just hit it like this, I guess. All right. I want my defines back. Where did those go? Right above the defined constants. Okay. I guess I didn't copy that 0 there. Okay. That comment, sure, whatever. Can be deleted. I'm deleting the copyright at the top because this is mine. This is my shader now. It is not their shader. So I think I want those in there. Yeah, okay, so it looks like all of those comments are exactly the same. So I'm just going to remove the fact that they're commented out and hope that that is the only change there. Okay, we're lagging. Thanks, Godot. Live recompile, very nice. Okay, texture AO effect array. Okay. I would like to define filter nearest. I think I want those. Color maps. Filter linear. Okay. So I believe I'm taking these back. Which I think just go right there. So texture array normal got removed? What's different here? Uniform, simpler 2D, texture array normal, hint normal, filter nearest. Oh, I'm missing, keep forgetting like the last character somehow. Okay. So it's adding some comments, so I'm going to delete those comments. Just take those away. Okay. All of those got deleted, but I'm not quite sure if those need to come back or not. Interpolated height. Index UV Vec 3. Okay, so that's not the same thing. Shakes get interpolated height now. Yeah, so it probably just looks like fragment has a lot of stuff being deleted. Is material being a struct material? I don't see that being used though. I would think that might be getting stored there before fragment, but I guess not. Oh, there's all that. So it looks like all that just got deleted. Those are probably fine. It's kind of weird that it goes from H4. Use a smaller H value. Interesting. Okay. So I think I'm just gonna delete this flat terrain normals thing. This is weird. What is this? Float H8 to H4. Then we're just doing H1. Why? And I'm trying to look, and it looks like it wasn't even using those before either. Oh, I guess I see H1 and 2 are used at least. What about 3? Like, where's base derivatives used? Nowhere. I'm not sure why they just like obliterated this file. It's really weird to me. It's after array normal. Just do that instead. No minuses to get rid of. Okay. One sec. I'm back. Give me a second. All right. Okay, slowly getting there. Common uniforms are needed to the shader, but are available for your own needs. So I'm just gonna delete comment right there. Should be there. Unknown identifier. Okay, so this one I need to fix really quick. Okay, I just want to make sure that as long as every time I make a change, I still see the terrain. I need to make sure I'm doing that. There's a randomly deleted line there above public uniforms, so I'll put that back. Noise scale. What's different about that line? What's different about this line? Is there just trailing white space on that line? Or what? Noise scale 2. Oh, it's just weirdly tabbed for some reason. Or is it? What? BRB, okay. Good luck. What's changing on that line? I don't see it. I don't see it. Whatever. So this material, I need that. Okay. What is up with this? What's changing here? Are these going from tabs to spaces? Oh, is that what's happening? Well, they should be tabs. Ah. So that's what this was? This was supposed to be a tab? Wow, these guys are... Yeah, that's what it was. That was supposed to be a tab. These guys are nuts. Alright, so all that vertex stuff, I think I just leave that. That doesn't change. But the fragment... Yeah, I think the fragment, I pretty much bring all this back. I guess what I can actually do is probably look at what's really happening to fragments. So I think what I can do is I can probably do an add and then just don't include that and then restore it so I get this chunk back. Because that's a lot to comment. That's a lot to add back. I think those are all modified. Whatever, I guess it's the version number changed or something. So this is environment terrain. Okay. Interactive. I'm just gonna add a couple things and then all that gets added, all that gets added. And then this one, I'm going to just split and then say no to that one. Yes to the rest of these. Okay, so now I should just be able to do like a git restore. Do I do that? Okay, I think then what I do is I just scroll down to where fragment is and I copy all this code that I know I need. So I comment that. Okay, now this should be... Oh, I guess it's still there. All right, cool. I was gonna say I think it should be back to being gone, but no, it's still there. Okay, so I'm good. So I guess I need the base derivatives, probably. But what is that? Base derivatives are used right there. Base derivatives are used. Wait, where? I'm just computing this value, but what does it do? I'm computing base derivatives. Where is it used? There it is. Base derivatives for get material. Okay. Now my only hope is that those are the same. Maybe this is included in lightweight? If I go to lightweight, I can have a better... I'm probably just going to be copying the fragment from this, from lightweight. Yeah, it looks like I just want to do... Yeah. I think I just want to copy that. So... yeah, I'm going to copy the whole fragment shader and use this. This is probably what I want. Then I do... yeah, so all of this is still here. Okay. Okay. TBN. What is TBN? It's a variant, which means it should be like computed inside of... TBN. There it is. World of normal. Okay. Alright. Yeah, I wasn't going to be able to do this anyway. So I got to copy this whole thing. And this needs to become the fragment shader completely. We're not going to do any of this stuff anymore. Maybe that's just what I should do. Maybe I should just go with a lightweight. Because there's some things here that I'm not going to have. Like that TBN thing. And this should just be... okay, it's like totally busted. I don't know, like... I mean, yeah, maybe I should be using lightweight. Just start over and use lightweight. Yeah, I don't remember exactly what I changed. I know that I have the custom lighting thing happening. Okay. So it looks like I've lost some stuff here. Was it like dual scaling? General? Macro variation? Hmm. What's ground level do? I don't even know. Okay. So I've lost rotation stuff. I want to take those two out. So diffused burly, I want to take those out. Get rid of that. Okay. Custom lighting. Color map div. Then I want to do filter nearest on all of these. So define filter nearest. Is that how it works? Wait, where is it? Yeah, here. I don't know if this was really... I don't know what that define does, to be honest. I guess I can take it out and see if anything changes. Cool. Alright. I think the auto shader might be doing something, but I don't understand. Yeah, something like that. Oh yeah, it looks like D-tile just kind of went away. So I definitely want to bring that back. Here, please. So I want to bring back D-tiling. That's going to be between UV and color. I would really like that D-tiling back. Okay, not blending. Whatever. That's fine. Okay. Detailing. Alright, so I guess in this case, maybe I now would have to go from lightweight to whatever the built-in shader is. Which is, I guess, all the way out here. Main. I thought there was a detailing thing. Is that no longer an it's I see this here, but is that no longer an option? A thing that I can modify? Wait, why are there two fragments? What? Oh, no, there's only one. Accumulate material. Index position for detailing. I don't see detail used though. I could also just technically go without detailing for now. It doesn't look too bad. It looks pretty bad. Okay. Finished? Nice. I mean, I have all the changes, right? So I can look at what is happening, right? I'm smart enough. Oh, there's just a lot of stuff being deleted though. And I don't know what part is. There's literally a function called detailing. They just have a rotate plane. Alright, I'll be back in a minute. I'm back. Okay. All right. The tiling sucks, but I think for now I just gotta leave it because I hate that they keep changing the shaders. I mean, of course they have to update them to fit with like the new way that they're doing it, but then they just do this stupid crap where, for no reason at all, by the way, for no reason at all, they just change fundamentally what the shader does. Like, they get rid of the detailing for some reason. Why? Why'd you get rid of it? I don't understand. I think there's nothing to understand. I think they're just... they're crazy. They're just crazy. I wish that they would keep the shaders as they are. But they don't. They have to keep changing them. I don't think those are things anymore, to be honest. They're at the very top of the file. Alright, my shader's back. My terrain's back. The only difference, however, is that these have changed. Terrain material T-res. Alright, so I want some ice cream. Do something about it. I don't know, man. Go get some ice cream then. Terrain material. Environment terrain material. Auto height reduction changed from 0.029 to 0.1. So I'll change that 0.029. Auto slope is 1.794. Blend sharpness 0.547. Projecting height blending macro variation. I don't think that's a thing. Alright, but this changed. This was 1943244. Is that right? 943244, 919604. Though I think that's not actually correct. Which I'll see if I hit save. Yeah, because linear is just FU, right? 943244. Wait, 256. 241. Okay. Nine one nine six oh four. Two three five. Wow, so that's still incorrect. Okay. Gosh, you're annoying. Okay, so I'm just going to copy these values and go manually insert them. Right. I'm gonna go manually fix those two. That's just so, that is so stupid. This is so stupid. Like, why are we doing that? I thought there was something about detailing. I guess not. Because I thought detailing was like a thing. Mipmap bias 1. Is that something I can change? No. So auto shader 2 and 0, is that? So it should be right. Yeah, 2 0. Weird. Is there really nothing for that? That's so weird. All right, well, okay. Don't save. That is like 50 frames. That's a lot of frames. All right. I'll have to figure out the tiling later. I can't do anything with that right now. Let's practice have that selected. No. No, it's not. All right. Is height blending the region blend? I guess so, right? I don't like the names of those all changed for no reason. That's quite annoying. So I think I'll fix that. Oh, apparently I didn't copy the V at the end. Okay, well. Okay. And then those. Cool. Very minimal changes there. And then all of those bins changed, which I think is probably just a version change. That does suck that I have to commit all of those. Terrain assets changed? It probably should not change. Density 10, sure, whatever. Well, I'll see what that might have been intended to be. Okay. What? I mean, I guess, yeah. That it should be like that, okay. Oh, and am I still on, like, the wrong branch right now? Yeah, I'm on Terabrush. Alright. I think if they're staged, they come with me. I think if they're staged, they come with me. But I'll find out. So this apparently has an optimization. Also, I got food, by the way. Supposedly this has an optimization for detiling, which, I mean, I guess I believe it. There's a lot less code for sure. There's a lot less. And it does give me like 50 FPS. When I flip between this one and the other one, the default one. So it's probably worth it. Custom lighting. Higher and or facing up is less occluded. Is that something I did? Also, I probably have 2 comments there. All right, let me go back to the source here and copy this again so I can make sure that I'm getting the right version of it. Yeah, it looks like there's some mistakes possibly. Yeah, I'm just gonna copy everything. That loves to keep turning it off, doesn't it? It loves to keep doing that. It loves doing that. I don't understand why. There's just straight up some kind of bug, I don't know. Just going down except for the lighting. Okay. Don't include that. And filter nearest. Noise texture, nearest. Okay, cool. Local variable is unused. All right, just get rid of that. Hey, can we stop picking that? Stop it. Stop it. Close file. $200, $240. That's like instantly plus 40 frames for this. Yeah, so for now, I'm just going to leave the detiling to be some kind of future thing to bring that back. It might even just be finding a better grass texture. Just better textures that look less... I don't know. It looks fine up close until you know, look over there, then you're like, wow, that's really bad. I gotta get rid of these. Get rid of that. Which I have no idea why those aren't trimmed. for some reason shaders in particular don't have that ability, I guess. Yeah, shader just doesn't for some reason do that. Don't know why. It did it again. I just reset like every... Oh no, I've already added that, so I can just restore that. This thing is so stupid. Like, it genuinely is. I don't know what they did. I don't know how they did it. They did something wrong. The terrain material, like, obsessively, like, wipes it. Like, resets values. I don't understand why. Let me double check. That one I'm about to undo is right. Yes, okay. Okay. Just that. I still have... I'm not changing that definition of it, right? Yeah, okay. Displacement sharpness? Oh, I don't... Yeah, collision mode doesn't have to be that. Well, I can definitely add the shader. The world... I mean, I don't think it was adding anything anyway. I guess that's displacement sharpness. Displacement sharpness. Yeah, it's probably nothing. Okay. Everything is added that I want to use. So I think what I can just do is I should just be able to switch branch. Or I guess it would be master. And it all pulled over. Alright, cool. Yep, everything that I had stashed or staged came with me. Good. Right, because technically branches are just a different place to write commits to. it doesn't create a new thing. Alright, let me check that I moved myself somewhere. I don't know where. Yep. Sure did. I'm way out there. Okay. Cool. Okay. He's turned off right now, but that's fine. I don't really care about that. All right. So well, today I guess was just meant to kind of be a research day. But it does also suck that I got pretty much nothing done. Pretty much nothing. That revolver thing changed? No. Don't send that. Don't send that. Not that. Yes. Okay. Yeah, let me go ahead and get restore scene world then. Okay. Regression. Terrain. Texture. Detailing lost. But gained. $40 or $50 FPS as a result of optimizations made in the shader. I'm really not sure how I can put detailing in there. Yeah, I'm really not sure how. And yeah, that's it. Literally 1,000 files changed. Okay. And I guess I do have changes here. So these are changing these things to floats because they should be floats. That's a float because it literally does not make sense to be so precise to have a real there. A double. That's nonsense. It also doesn't make sense because you're storing the value as a 32-bit float. So you're just nonsense. Just nonsense. Okay. Some uses of TR. Straight nonsense because they are assigned to float arrays. Some uses are just broken entirely. The original type is supposed to be float. Okay. There we go. And the player disappeared. Cool. Well, the zombie's back to working. Okay, well. Got him. Alrighty. Game's still kinda games. Not really. Okay. But I will disable him again, because he's supposed to be disabled. Get my test stuff. Alright. And then... let me go in here and... delete that. Okay. Those terrain things, I'll just delete those files as well. Okay. All right. That's it for today. Tomorrow I'm going to be trying to get this PR in here that this guy's made. Or I guess this branch, really. pull that in here and hopefully get, I guess, just this base. And if I probably need to modify it, maybe I'll be fine doing that. It seems like this is probably really close to being done, really close to getting merged, and it seems like this is the code that's going to be merged, right? So whatever changes I think I need to make to it, at least it'll be on a certain base that when they do merge it, and if they make any other changes, hopefully they shouldn't be too much. It shouldn't be too bad. Better than me coming up with my own system entirely and then them adding it like who knows how many days after they're going to do this once I get mine running and just have wasted my time. So, all right. Well, that's it for today. I'll be back tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Goodbye.